Good morning, everybody. Glad everybody's here safely and on the virtual platform. And I'd like to start the meeting today. It's 9:04 a.m. on January 8th. And Ms. Jones, would you please do a roll call to see who's present today?
I will. Good morning. Member Bitzer, are you present?
I am.
Good.
Sorry, I push a button.
That's okay. Member Carrasco, are you present online? Member Curry, are you present online? Member Ely?
Present.
Member Garcia?
Here.
Member Honker?
I am here.
Welcome. Chair Sweeney?
Yes, present.
Thank you. You have a quorum.
Thank you, Ms. Jones. Appreciate it. Next on our list is the approval of the January 8th, 2026 agenda. No, it was emailed by Ms. Jones and also on the various platforms for our board, and just looking around to see if anybody wanted to make a motion. Member Garcia.
Okay. Sorry, I just have a question. Since item number 5 is not ready, should we leave it on the?
Yes. Ms. Orth, you want to give us an update?
Computer, thank you. But I didn't want it to be a distraction from what you were going to handle first. So I was going to ask you this morning if you still wanted me to email it to you.
Yes. So I think what we'll do is item number 5. And with the understanding that it's ready, that she'll be able to have it.
So we'll leave it.
Yes.
Okay. Then I'd like to make a motion to approve the agenda for January 8th and 9th for our meeting.
Is there a second?
I second.
I'll second.
Okay. I think member Ely got in there before the other seconds. And so we have member Garcia's motion and to approve the agenda as proposed this morning. And we have member Ely's second. Is there any further discussion or clarification? Looking around at our board and our legal counsel, I think we're good. Ms. Jones, would you please do a roll call vote on the agenda? I'm sorry, on member Garcia's motion to approve the agenda.
I will. Member Bitzer, how do you vote?
I vote yes.
Member Ely?
Yes.
Member Garcia?
Yes.
Member Honker?
Yes.
Chair Sweeney?
Yes.
The motion passes.
Thank you, Ms. Jones. With that, we also, our next agenda item, number 3, is the approval of the December 19th, 2025 meeting minutes. Again, those have were emailed out and we have hard copies in front of us. Just looking for a motion from our board, if anybody wants to open the floor. Yes, member Honker.
Yeah, they look fine to me, so I will move we approve the minutes of the December 19th, 2025 EIB meeting.
Thank you, member Honker. A second?
Second.
Yes, member Garcia seconds. With that, please just take one more look at the meeting minutes. If there's anything that board members see, or if there are no further, yes, member Bitzer, do you have a comment?
No.
Okay, thank you. With that, if I don't see any other revisions, proposed revisions. All right, Ms. Jones, would you please do a roll call vote on member Honker's motion to approve the December 19th, 2025 meeting minutes.
I will. Member Bitzer, your vote?
I vote yes.
Thank you. Member Ely,
Yes.
Member Garcia,
Yes.
Member Hunker,
Yes.
and Chair Sweeney.
Yes,
The motion passes.
thank you, Ms. Jones. Appreciate that. And then so that takes us now to our number agenda item number 4, EIB 25-23R, deliberation in the matter of proposed adoption of 20.2.92 NMAC Clean Transportation Fuel Program. And so this will start off our deliberation this morning. Is there looking around to see if there's any comments before we start? Member Ely?
Do we need to discuss the motion that was filed yesterday or not?
Yeah, or no? Okay,
I denied it.
okay. Thank you. Is there any other points of discussion from members of the board or legal counsel or Madam Hearing Officer? Anything else that before we start? No? Okay. Just making sure. All right, so with that, I know we have our Madam Hearing Officer's report, and let me pull that up really quick here. Let's see. A second, I have. And as I do this, just wanting to just reiterate, we have a number of documents on the docket. Just the breadth of testimony and material provided to the board. We just want to thank all the parties for doing so. You know, it's been a very long process, but appreciate everybody's engagement as we move through this and then enter into the this deliberation. Give me 1 second as I talk here. And as we begin the deliberation, we know that there's a number of in Madam Hearing Officer's report. Here we are. So what I thought we do, and again, open to suggestions from our board members, is look at the hearing officer's report. There are like identified here number of documents that our hearing officer was able to compile in a summary list, but also as the hearing officer report highlights some questions. And I'm thinking about just going over the questions first, if the board members are open to that. And then delving into some of the language where the questions then as we did for some of our other deliberations, look at some of these major questions, and then they help inform us as the specific language in the proposed rules. Is that amenable to the board? Okay, I see a number of head nods. All right, well, let's just delve in. We have the first question in the hearing officer report is number 1, and for those tracking, it's page 2 of the hearing officer's report. The question number 1 is, should implementation of the CTFP be phased? Again, NMED had its proposal and provided a number of testimony and verbal and written as to their the way that they see the program being, I guess, the schedule and so forth. I know we received a number of verbal and written comments from the various parties, NAMOGA, AFPM, HF Sinclair, and as well as CCAE talking about their thoughts about the phasing. I just want to open up the discussion to our board, see if you have any comments and thoughts about this particular question. Yes, Member Ely?
I just, note that the department is proposing an effective date of April 1 based on the earliest opportunity for them to move forward with the program. They feel they are ready for that they can get the data management system in place and training and even do some kind of early registration and reporting for willing companies. So it's not that the department isn't ready for April 1. I believe them when they say that. I also want to note that they changed the effective date in the rebuttal testimony. They moved it forward a couple months. I believe it was February, and now it's April 1st. So that's good. I also know that NMOGA proposes to delay the deficit generation, to have a year of credit generation before deficit generation. CCAE, Madison makes a good argument, I think, about why those should occur concurrently and not be staged. So also note that the department originally had the first compliance period ending the end of this year, and now the first compliance period has been extended to go all the way through December of 2027, which I think adds more flexibility. So I just want to note the department has been working with the parties to try and provide more flexibility on the implementation schedule. And I don't support the notion of developing credits before developing deficits.
Thank you, Member Ely. Member Garcia?
Thank you. First, I want to say thank you to the hearing officer for a great hearing officer report. It's very helpful to have these big items pulled out of the many week hearing. That's very helpful. So thank you. I do appreciate that the department made some changes to accommodate what some of the parties requested. I think that's very helpful. I guess I'm leaning. I expect that there will be glitches. I expect that there will be issues that pop up with such a complicated program and a new database system, even though I know they worked very, very hard in trying to anticipate any problems and trying to correct them before they even happen. I totally expect there will be issues, and the department and the regulated community will work together. I expect to work through those issues. So I guess I'm leaning towards leaving the dates as they are proposed, just because no matter when they start, they're going to have to work out issues. So might as well get going April 1st. But I don't feel strongly about it. I think the parties, the other parties, NMOGA, HF Sinclair, etc., made some reasonable suggestions on how to phase it. So, I'm not strongly opposed to that if other board members wanted to go that direction, but that's my feeling at this point. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Garcia. Any other board members have any comments? Yes, Member Ely?
Just, I would not be opposed to delaying the effective date till July 1, 2026. I would be opposed to delaying anything else in the phase-in implementation. So I feel strongly about delaying the first compliance period, but I don't feel strongly about delaying the effective date by 1 quarter.
Thank you, Member Ely. Member Honker, I saw your hand earlier.
Yes, and in addition to my thanks for the hearing officer's report. I also greatly appreciated the version of the rule that had basically everybody's proposals for changes. I think NMED did that, but that has been very helpful. And I do think the start date and phase-in issue is one of the tougher ones to, at least it has been for me to get my head around. This seems to be a very complex rule, and I am I'm just thinking, if you change one thing, then what is that going to do somewhere else? And it's kind of hard to it's hard to figure out what the implications of any changes we might make might be. I do think Member Ely's comment about delaying the start date would seem to have minimal impact on the other dates in the process. So I'm open either way on that question, but I don't have a firm position on making any changes to the phase-in schedule.
Thank you, Member Hunker, Member Bitzer.
Member Ely's point overall and specific to the delay of the effective date to July 1st, I would concur there as well. And I'm with you, Bill Honker, on just how involved and interwoven these elements are. And yeah, but I think that one stands clear and could easily be done.
Thank you, Member Bitzer. All right, so it seems to me, yes, Member Ely.
And if we did do that, it wouldn't be because the department's not ready. It would be because industry suggested that they need more time to become familiar with the rules, the database, and to potentially develop their own compliance system and to train staff. So it's not that the department is not ready. I believe them when they say they are, but industry is suggesting they need more time.
Thank you for that point, Member Ely, and I think that's also shown and heard in their verbal testimony and some of the written submittals as well. So I appreciate that highlight. Yes, Member Garcia.
Thank you. Yes, as I said, I'm not, strongly opposed to changing the start date. I'm still not super clear on how it impacts the rest of the dates and deadlines. There is a registration deadline of May 15th. That would stay. The reporting period that ends September 30th. I just want to make sure that we're not going to make it difficult to meet the other timeframes and deadlines by changing one.
And I understand that, and I actually have the rainbow pulled up here, and so I'm trying to look at that, and I don't know if any that is one concern that I have, is making sure that if we change the effective date to July 1st, if that has any domino effects to other elements of the proposed rule and the schedule in there. I don't know if any board members have any comments. I'm looking at it again right now. And please just jump in if you do. Yes, Member Ely.
It's my recollection that those aren't hard dates drafted in the rule, but it's, for example, the initial registration, a part says a regulated party shall submit to the department a registration application within 45 days of becoming subject to 92. So it's not a hard date in the rule. It's just a 45-day time period after the party is subject to the rule. If you see what I mean. So if we do change the date, I think it would flow, but we should be certain. Yeah.
Thank you for that, Member Ely. I'm looking again. Yes, Madam Hearing Officer, I know you're very familiar with the details of the various proposals and dates, and do you recall if there's any issue with moving the effective date to July and the other elements of other dates that are in the proposed rule, say by NMED?
So I know that the department um, pointed out generally that moving anything obviously pulled at threads otherwise. And I remember that the most important thing was not to have a different dates for credit generation. Yeah, and deficit generation. My memory is that that was the kind of the number one thing. The yeah, on page 2, I think that really was the encapsulation of their reasoning. I don't remember something beyond what they have captured here under 92.5.
Thank you, Madam Hearing Officer. Yes, do board members have any?
Yeah, there was also just the general point that they wanted the benefits
Right.
to flow to the state. Yeah.
See that. And then I also see the concern by NMED, not only about the benefits being sooner, but I think there was a concern about some of those domino elements within the rule that might make it challenging for implementation. I don't know if anybody has any, board members have any comments.
Just
Yes.
the other, not the domino effect of changing the date, effective date, but just that it makes the 1.8% reduction for the initial compliance period maybe a little more difficult because it's within a shorter time frame. You know, it's still the 1.8, but it's 3 months less of a period of time to get to meet that requirement.
Correct. See that. Yes. Any other comments on this? Yes, Member Garcia.
You know, I realize I might be in the minority here, and that's okay. I guess I feel like there's, you know, it's going to take a while to get things rolling. As the industry points out, there may not be adequate, if there's not adequate credits generated to take care of the deficits, then that could be problematic. But like I say, I think the department will work with whatever pops up. I don't think I think that the sooner we get things rolling, the sooner they're going to be able to work out all the issues. If you start July 1, there's still going to be issues. There's still going to be, I mean, I understand the advantages of starting July 1, and that's, possibly it would help the industry, and I can appreciate that. So like I say, I don't feel strongly about it. I just, that's kind of what's sticking in the back of my mind. Thank you.
Thank you. And I think there's also some discussion by the department as well as CCAE about the administration of the rule and making it more simpler to start on April 1st. Just in terms of the system that and getting things going, knowing that we will have some challenges as any new program will normally sees. And then, so I'm kind of going back to leaning towards starting April 1st as the effective date. Also, given that there's a lot of, if you will, I guess, modeling as well as the way that the program has been set up within the department and how they're going to administer and manage it and resources. So that's another thing I think that the department shared in some of their exhibits in their final statements, documents as well as in the verbal testimony. I don't know what others think about that. I can see the pros and cons on both elements, and if the department, as they said, would work with industry, given that industry does need the wrap up period, or there will be some challenges in getting familiar with the new program. If the department is, and as they stated, will work with industry and the regulated community. Your thoughts?
If we decide to keep the effective date of April 1, I would just encourage the department, as you noted, Chair Sweeney, to work with industry to get them up to speed and to assist them in determining how they can best comply with the new rules and get staff trained and be maybe a little forgiving on the compliance end of things, at least for the first year or so.
Thank you for that, Member Ely. Other board members, have any further comments? I know we kind of went back and forth between July 1st to April 1st. Do we have further discussion on this first question?
Would it make sense to do a separate motion about delaying the effective date to July 1st and tidy that question up before we move on to the rest of it?
Yes, I think we can do that. If you want to make that motion.
Yeah, I'll move that we delay the effective date from April to July 1st as discussed.
Thank you, Member Bitzer, for your motion. Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Thank you, Member Ely. Is there any other discussion on that motion? No. All right. Just for the record, Ms. Jones, would you please do a roll call vote on Member Bitzer's motion?
Your vote, Member Bitzer?
I'll vote yes.
Thank you. Member Ely?
Yes.
Member Garcia?
No.
Member Honker?
Yes.
Chair Sweeney?
No.
The motion passes.
Thank you for that. Appreciate it. All right. Well, at least we've got some decision and where the board stands on the delaying of the rule. So I appreciate that discussion from everybody. Thank you so much. Let's go on to question number 2.
Madam Chair, excuse me,
no,
if I may,
Yes, Member Ely.
so that was just one part of the implementation. I think we might want to have a vote on the rest of and just affirm that we agree that the rest of the scheduling in the rule should stand and that we should not delay the compliance period. Just to make it clear for the record that
Okay.
we voted on the effective date, but I do think it might be helpful to make sure that we're in agreement with the department for the rest of the phased implementation or the implementation as drafted.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. Yes, if you want to make a motion, that'd be great.
So I move that the board adopt the implementation schedule in the rule as drafted in for their rebuttal testimony.
Thank you, Member Ely, for your motion.
And
I'll second. Second.
All right, Member Garcia for your second. And is there
Point-
any discussion of Member Bitzer?
yeah, the way that was worded, does that obviate what we just voted on?
It does. You're right. Member Bitzer, sorry about that. Can I restate my motion?
Yes.
Aside from the effective date, I move that we adopt the schedule in the rule as proposed by the department in their rebuttal
I'll
testimony.
second that.
All right, thank you. Member Ely for your motion and Member Bitzer for your second. Is there any discussion? All right, seeing none, Ms. Jones, would you please do a roll call vote on Member Ely's motion?
Member Bitzer, how do you vote?
I vote yes.
Thank you. Member Ely,
Yes.
Member Garcia,
Yes.
thank you. Member Honker,
Yes.
Chair Sweeney,
Yes.
the motion passes.
Thank you, Ms. Jones. All right. All right, I think we can now go to question number 2. And for those following, we're on page 4 of the hearing officer's report. That is, should the R&D GREET model be used unmodified for carbon intensity calculations? And again, a great deal of discussion from NMED, the department, as well as some discussion from NMOCA, API, AFPM, on this matter. Also that HF Sinclair agreed with NMOCA API discussion on this. Whereas CCAE found that the industry's recommended approach neither practical nor scientifically defensible. So CCAE also weighed in on this point or question. So looking to the board is to hear your thoughts on this question. Yes, Member Ely?
The department and CCAE, I think, make a good argument that we should have a GREET model that's specific to the state, that by using certain New Mexico regional parameters, we will have a more accurate assessment carbon intensity of the fuels used. It may be more complicated, but I think that's fine provided that we get the most accurate carbon intensities possible. So I do not support going to an R&D GREET default, but using the New Mexico GREET for carbon intensities in the room.
Thank you for that, Member Ely. Any other comments, discussion from the board? Yes, Member Hunker.
Yeah, and I agree with Member Ely. I was also impressed by CCAE's statement that the NM GREET model kind of mirrors what California, Oregon, and Washington, the approach they're taking. I do think the model selection year to year is gonna need to be updated, and I wonder if the department will be coming to the board about once a year for some revisions to this rule if we approve it. I do think the science and the modeling will evolve over time and necessitate changes to the program on a periodic basis. So I just encourage the department to stay current on whatever works best down the road. That's my comment.
Thank you, Member Hunker. Yes, Member Garcia.
Thank you. I also agree with Member Ely and Member Hunker that there was a lot of testimony on the various modeling approaches, and I thought that NMED did a good job. And I know it appeared that they spent a great deal of time deciding how to make the model more specific to New Mexico and work for New Mexico's parameters. And I was particularly swayed by Dr. Laskowski's testimony. She seemed extremely knowledgeable about modeling as well. So I am swayed to, I'm inclined to keep the New Mexico GREET model.
Thank you, Member Garcia. Any other comments, discussion? Yes,
I would
Member
just echo. I would just echo Member Garcia's points. Well considered, well said.
Thank you. And I love modeling, so this is an aspect I really like to look at, and just in the work that I do dealing with modeling in general, knowing that, as you mentioned, Member Hunker, that there's constant updates to model inputs and assumptions, and also encourage the department to stay on top of that as new, as a model as the basis of analyzing and supporting elements of this rule is continued to looked at, and there's always improvements in models over the years. So I just want to also encourage what Member Hunker said. But I think we're at a point where we can make a motion. See where we are on just to formalize where the board is on this question. Yes, Member Garcia.
I make a motion that we keep the New Mexico GREET model that the department proposes to use in the rule.
Thank you, Member Garcia.
I'll second.
Member Hunker, thank you, Member Hunker, for your second. If there's no other discussion, Ms. Jones, would you please do a roll call vote?
Yes. Member Bitzer, how do you vote?
I vote yes.
Member Ely?
Yes.
Member Garcia?
Yes.
Member Honker?
Yes.
Chair Sweeney?
Yes,
Motion passes.
thank you, Ms. Jones. All right, is there any other aspect we need to formalize? I think that one was pretty straightforward. In terms of a question. Yes, Member Ely.
There was a question that, sub-question in the hearing officer's report about baseline for 2018 staying constant or permanent. And we could maybe talk about it now, or we could talk about it as we go through the rule.
Why don't we talk about it now, just to have some discussion on it?
Okay.
You want to start us off on some discussion?
Sure. So, and when I say NMOGA, I mean NMOGA API AFPM, because they are, did a joint filing. So they suggest that the 2018 baseline for carbon intensities be permanent. And so I don't, um, yeah, that's just what they're suggesting. I'm not sure I have how much of an opinion I have on that. I've looked at it, if they're going to change the baseline, I would think they'd have to come back to the board to do that for a discussion. But anyways, that's what they're proposing, is to keep that 2018 baseline permanent.
Thank you for that highlight and discussion. Member Ely, does any of the board members have any comments? Member Garcia.
I'm wondering if we can, considering we decided to keep the New Mexico GREET model as is, it's based on a 2018 baseline. Is that not incorporated in the motion? I'm not sure. Regardless, I don't see a need to make it permanent. I mean, there may be changes down the line to this rule. The department has acknowledged that. Everybody's acknowledged that. So I don't know that there's a need to say that it's permanent.
Thank you, Member Garcia, for that discussion point. I don't know if any of the board members have any further thoughts on this. Member Ely?
I'm just going to propose that we don't change the language in the rule regarding the 2018 baseline. I could see the need to make sure that there isn't a moving target. But if there's good reason to make some amendments to that, I would hope the department would come back to the board to have a discussion as to why. So my motion is to not change the language regarding the 2018 baseline for carbon intensities in the rule.
I'll second that.
Thank you. Thank you, Member Ely, and Member Bitzer for your second. Is there any further discussion? No. All right. Ms. Jones, would you please do a roll call vote on Member Ely's motion?
I'll take this one, Madam Chair. Member Ely, how do you vote?
I vote yes.
Member Garcia,
Yes.
Chair Sweeney,
Yes.
Member Hunker,
Yes.
and Member Bitzer.
I vote yes.
Thank you. Motion passes, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much. Appreciate that. And that does take us to the next question and get there. And that's question number 3 on page 5, if you're tracking on Madam Hearing Officer's report. Should the rule include both automatic and discretionary emergency and forecast deferral mechanisms? And just summarizing, we had comments from the department, comments from the MOGA, API, AFP, and then in this one is Rio Valley Biofuels also provided some discussion, as well as CCAE, and all we have. So I want to see who wants to chime in on your thoughts regarding this question. Yes, Member Ely?
I agree with the department that if you have a automatic emergency deferral under certain circumstances, it could lead to gaming of one company trying to meet those requirements to cause a shutdown of the compliance obligations in the rule. So I don't support an automatic emergency deferral. Under forecast deferrals, there is already an automatic deferral, and I support leaving the language for both emergency deferrals and forecast deferrals as it is.
Thank you, Member Ely. Any other discussion? Member Garcia?
Yes, I thank you. Agree with Member Ely, and I think that I think it's appropriate for the department to have the discretion to determine when the emergency deferral kicks in. I think that's very important. And so I don't think that there should be an automatic emergency deferral.
Thank you, Member Garcia. Any other board members have thoughts on this question? All right. Yes, I just want to share that even during testimony, I think referring back to the rule language did cover some discussions and questions by industry on how NMED was going to handle these situations regarding, I guess, regarding these in the event of a force majeure or other unforeseen circumstances and some emergency. And that I think to your point, Member Garcia, is that NMAD will have discretion and it's as stated in the rule. So I support that as well. If anybody will, yes, Member Honker.
Yes, I agree with my fellow board members. Having implemented a lot of regulatory programs in my history, when you have something automatic in the rule that's kind of an entitlement, it can be very problematic to implement that. I think the way it's currently set up, NMED will have a lot of responsibility to handle this situation on a case-by-case basis. So it puts a lot of burden on NMED. But to me, that's a preferable situation than having some language that kicks in automatically in certain situations, and it's really hard to forecast what would qualify and what wouldn't qualify, and to be able to put that in writing in advance. So I'm agreeable to keeping things the way they're currently worded in the rule.
Thank you, Member Honker. Yes, Member Garcia.
One more item is that CCAE wanted to tighten the deferral provision with concerns that a future administration could change the interpretation. And I think that's true for any rule. And we've seen it, any of us in the regulatory field have seen it happen with various administrations. So I think that's just true for any rule. But I think that there's no need to tighten the deferral provision. I think that leaving it as is in the rule is most appropriate.
Thank you, Member Garcia. Any other comments? Yes, I was gonna also note that Member Garcia just wanted to make sure we discuss CCAE's proposed provision as part of this discussion, but I also agree that I think the way that the rule is drafted and proposed by the department is without adding any other language as proposed by CCAE, I think is sufficient. With that, if there's no further discussion on this point, may I entertain a motion from fellow board members? Member Garcia?
Yes, I move that we keep the discretionary emergency deferral mechanism in the rule as is, as proposed by the Environment Department.
I'll second that.
Thank you, Member Garcia, Member Bitzer for your second. Any other discussion? All right, Mr. Lopez or Ms. Jones, would you please do a roll call vote?
Yes. Member Ely, how do you vote?
I vote yes.
Member Garcia
Yes,
and Chair Sweeney,
Yes.
Member Bitzer,
I vote yes.
and Member Hunker.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Lopez. All right, and I'm looking back at that question section and making sure we've covered all aspects. I think we talked about all the parties' discussion on this. I think we're good. If we may go on to question number 4 on page 7 of Madam Hearing Officer's report. Should the energy economy ratio EER be removed to maintain technology neutrality? And I recall a great deal of discussion and testimony on this point about technology neutrality from many parties. Industry chimed in, of course, the department and their response and how they were navigating the technology neutrality requirements in the act, and also CCAE providing some discussion points, and open up to the board for any of your comments and thoughts on this question. You want to start? Member Ely.
If I may, the issue here is technology neutrality, right? And the legislature did not give us a definition of that. So credit generation must be technology neutral. That's in the statute. And therefore, generating credits through EER applications must also be technology neutral. There's also this provision that the program must account for the fuel life cycle. And the definition of the fuel life cycle in the statute includes the use of finished fuel by the consumer. So, EER allows for considering the finished fuel by the consumer. And so the department makes an argument that you need to look at both of those issues at the same time. And so that if you interpret the statute by considering the requirement for tech neutral generation of credits and the requirement to account for the fuel to reduce GHG emissions, you can't conclude that EERs are allowed, or I can conclude that EERs are allowed. So I don't propose removing it. I think we need to account for the life cycle of those emissions and using and part of that is the finished fuel. And so EER should be part of the rule.
Thank you, Member Ely. Any other discussion, comments by board members? Let's go next. All right. No other discussion. Yes, Member Garcia.
I was going to let somebody else go, but I totally agree with Member Ely, and it is interesting that what is technology neutral? What does technological neutrality mean? It was just amazing how many different interpretations of that phrase. Everyone had a different interpretation of that phrase to fit their own needs, and it's unfortunate that the legislature does this to us all the time. Not define things in a law, and then everybody has to try to figure out what the heck it means. I think we have to defer to the department's meaning, and I think that I have to agree that keeping the EER energy economy ratio in the role would help with technology neutrality. It makes sense to me, so it doesn't make sense to take it out. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Garcia. Any other board members have any thoughts? Yes, Member Bitzer.
I take a less sanguine view about battery electric as the ultimate solution writ large to all this. I mean, I think I love an electric drivetrain. I get that. But batteries, I'm not sure that their added weight and burden on the infrastructure and so forth is even fully being considered in the life cycle. But I'd much rather see us fueling our electrics with fuel cells. But yeah, I get it, and I don't see a viable alternative. So I will concur.
Thank you, Member Bitzer. I see a head nod from Member Hunker. I don't know if you wanted to chime in and just.
No additional comments. I think my fellow board members have made excellent points.
Thank you, Member Hunker. And I agree with you too, Member Hunker. So I do note that there might be some other elements of this question that we might want to further discuss, but maybe we can have a motion on just the basis of including EERs. Thank you, Member Ely.
I move that the EER should be retained in the rule.
Thank you. Do I hear a second?
I'll second.
Thank you, Member Hunker, for your second. There's no further discussion. Yes, Mr. Lopez or Ms. Jones, can you do a roll call vote on Member Ely's motion?
Or Sherry. Sure. Member Ely, how do you vote?
Yes.
Member Garcia,
Yes.
Chair Sweeney,
Yes.
Member Bitzer,
Yes.
and Member Hunker.
Yes.
Motion passes, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Lopez. Appreciate that. Just wanted to chime in and say that there are other elements of this question that we will probably need to, or it be appropriate to discuss. Discussing about the EERs and their low values, or what should be appropriate for the role. I don't know if any other board members want to open discussion. Yes, Member Ely.
And just noting that CCAE proposes to increase the EER for light duty electric vehicles from 3.4 to 4.4. And they, cite some data to justify that. I don't support increasing it. I would support leaving the EER values for light duty electric vehicles at 3.4.
Thank you for that comment. Any other discussion items on this point, or on the values used, the EER values used? Yes.
Just one more thing. This is one of the tables that the department will have to update in about 3 years. So it's possible that EER value will change over time. So if we don't do anything with it today, this board will have to do something with it probably in about 3 years.
Thank you for that. And I just want to add in, I do recall discussion and questions from the board to the department regarding those updates that are needed for this rule over time. And this was one discussion point in our I know that I was thinking about in terms of my question to the department. I think the acknowledgement that there will be updates to the rule and this table as in the future. So I just wanted to note that as part of this discussion item. Any other discussions regarding the EERs and the values of the EERs in the proposed rule? Hearing none, would love to entertain a motion regarding this, the values themselves, and if it's a, can we define whether the proposed, the department's proposed ER values in the rule are appropriate?
I move that we leave the EER values as they are in the rule.
Thank you, Member Ely. Do I hear a second?
I'll second.
Thank you, Member Garcia. Is there further discussion with the motion on the floor? Seeing none and hearing none, Mr. Lopez or Ms. Jones, would you please do a roll call vote on Member Ely's motion?
Sure. Member Ely, how do you vote?
Yes.
Member Garcia,
Yes.
Chair Sweeney,
Yes.
Member Bitzer,
Yes, I vote yes.
and Member Hunker.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Lopez. Appreciate that. Is there any other elements of this of this question number 4 that we need to further discuss? That I don't see any other elements, but looking to the board members if there's anything that you see. If not, we'll go on to question number 5 on page 8 of Madam Hearing Officer's report. All right. Do the proposed indirect land use change ILUC values need adjustment or deletion? And again, the department has its discussion and its proposed language, growth energy. I know provided some comments and verbal discussion on this aspect of Rio Valley biofuels, as well as CCAE chimed in on this point. Any discussion, any board members want to open up discussion on this question? Yes, Member Garcia.
Thank you. Yes, this portion of the rule was particularly interesting. I appreciate that it was even in the rule that there's a concern about unintended consequences of this rule and to consider land use changes that may be impacted or initiated because of the rule. I appreciate that it's in the rule. I think that it's something that NMED took a great deal of time thinking about in relation to what happened in California and Washington, the fact that California may be making some changes down the road, and I suspect New Mexico may as well. I was also concerned about impacts to New Mexico, but I recall asking some questions about it, and the thought was that perhaps it would be self-regulating just because of our climate and various other reasons. So I feel like I don't think that we need to make any changes to the values that are proposed in the rule. And I see that CCAE is wanting to propose that we insert the non-lipid crop, which I'm not sure that that's necessary. there was a concern about palm oil, et cetera. I'm not sure that that's necessary for New Mexico. I think that the program will be looking to the other states, as they will with all the provisions in the rule, I'm sure, but this one in particular. And there will be amendments down the road. So you have to start somewhere, and I think where they chose to start is probably appropriate.
Thank you, Member Garcia. Any other board members have any points? Yes. Member Ely.
Yeah, there's a lot of discussion about the 2015 value that are being proposed. And isn't that outdated? But the department made a good case that this is the best that we have as far as like a transparent value, and it's consistent with what other jurisdictions are using. And we may see revised values on this in the future. Real Valley Biofuels suggests that because we're using or proposing to use 2015 values, that's reason enough to just delete the whole thing. And I don't agree with that. And then CCAE proposes to use palm oil values across the board. And I don't agree with that. And I was convinced during the hearing, after hearing testimony, I think it's from the gentleman from the Berkeley group, about how if we did something like that, we might end up with a shortage of credits in the state, especially if we are competing for renewable diesel with other clean transportation fuel states that are also 177 states. So long-winded way of saying, I think we should leave the values as they are.
Thank you, Member Ely. Appreciate that. Is there any other discussion from other board members on this point? All right. I just want to echo the points made by Member Garcia and Member Ely on this. I agree with those points. All right, seeing no other further discussion, may I entertain a motion regarding question number 5? Yes, Member Garcia.
Yes, I move that we maintain the indirect land use change ILUC values as proposed by NMED in the rule as is.
Thank you, Member Garcia. Do I hear a second?
Second that.
Thank you, Member Bitzer, for your second. Seeing if anybody else has any further discussion now that we have the motion on the floor. Seeing and hearing none, looking to Mr. Lopez or Ms. Jones to do a roll call vote on Member Garcia's motion.
Yes, Member Ely, how do you vote?
Yes.
Member Garcia,
Yes.
Chair Serena,
Yes.
Member Bitzer,
I vote yes.
and Member Hunter.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Lopez. Appreciate it. All right. Are there any other aspects I think that Member Garcia's motion didn't cover on this question that we want to further discuss? If not, I think it was comprehensive. All right. All right. With that, then we will move on to question number 6, which is on page 9 of Madam Hearing Officer's report. And that question is, should book and claim and mass balance accounting be included in the rule? Again, NMED provided discussion in their proposed rule, with their proposed rule. CCAE also provided some discussion points, let's see, as well as Oxy and Infinium also supported NMED's revised proposed rule. CCAE proposed to eliminate book and claim and mass balance entirely. Oxy proposed some edits on this particular, regarding this particular aspect of the rule. And I want to open up the floor to the board to hear any discussion and comments. Yes, Member Ely.
I want to acknowledge the changes the department made to this section of the rule between, what they introduced for the direct testimony and what they introduced on rebuttal. They amended it to exclude fuels from book and claim. And I think that was a great change that ensures that we get more of the emission reduction benefits here in the state. So as drafted now, it only applies to gaseous fuels. I also want to point to Infinium's argument, their closing arguments, referenced by the hearing officer's report. And they know that a book and claim is not counter to the statute because really the way it's currently drafted, it does require the use of these fuels in state and not just out of state. And so I think it is consistent with the act and I especially the way it is currently drafted, and I think we should allow book and claim and we should not amend the language as currently drafted.
Thank you for that opening discussion on this question. Any other board members have any comments? Want to go, Member Garcia?
Yes, I must say I was skeptical about this particular provision in the rule. I didn't like it to begin with, that it may not benefit New Mexico. I understand that other programs in other states have this provision, and I think that it does offer more flexibility for New Mexico to have this provision, and it incentivizes increasing alternative fuel production wherever it may be. I think is a good thing. So after all the testimony regarding this provision, I changed my mind and I was convinced that it is appropriate to have it in the rule as is.
Thank you, Member Garcia. Member Honker or Member Bitzer, do you have any comments?
I would just concur with everything I've heard so far.
Thank you, Member Bitzer.
And same for me. So.
Thank you, Member Honker. And I will chime in and same for me as well. So thank you for those points and also the discussion that you had, Member Garcia. I had similar concerns initially, but I see how that this aspect fits within the role and how the department is going to administer the role and how the role is set up as proposed by the department with this particular aspect. So with that, may we entertain a motion regarding this question? Yes, Member Ely?
I propose that book and claim and mass balance accounting be included in the rule.
Second that.
Thank you, Member Ely, for your motion and Member Bitzer for your second. Looking around and seeing no further discussion, Mr. Lopez or Ms. Jones, would you please do a roll call vote on Member Ely's motion?
Yes. Member Ely,
Yes.
Member Garcia,
Yes.
Chair Sweeney,
Yes.
Member Bitzer,
I vote yes.
and Member Hunker.
And I vote yes.
Thank you. Motion passes, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Lopez, and thank you, board, for that discussion on question number 6. And that clarity for question number 6. So I will go on to question number 7, which is on page 10 of Madam Hearing Officer's report, and that is, should avoided emissions, quote unquote, be retained in the rule? NMED provided, of course, some discussion points regarding this question. Verde Clean Fuels also supports NMED's provision. They provided some discussion on their support of that. RNG coalitions as well provided some discussion. Food and Water Watch urged the board to reject the methane crediting entirely. And CCAE also provided some discussion about the provisions around methane emissions. I think that's a summary of the different parties and entities that had chimed in regarding this particular question. And does board members have any comments, questions, discussion points? Yes, Member Eden.
Again, I appreciate how the department tightened up this language between the initial rule for the direct testimony and then that for rebuttal. They provided more safeguards around this to ensure that emission reductions that are getting credits actually are additional, that they wouldn't be happening anyway. So I just noting that I think they made some really positive changes between the two draft rules.
Thank you for that, Member Ely. Any other comments from the board? Yes, Member Garcia.
I didn't say I would, but I guess I will.
Okay.
Um, so I think that the avoided emissions proposal could be wrought with potential problems, but I agree with Member Ely that there are some safeguards built in, and the fact that the NMED will be open to changing the rule with more as more information comes in. Also, I was also a little concerned about the idea that there could be a perverse incentive for somebody creating more so-called avoided emissions just to get the credit. But I do think that would be self-regulating, and I think there are many other regulatory agencies that would come into play in those situations. So I'm not so concerned about that. I think that what they proposed is probably going to work. So I would agree to retain it in the rule.
Thank you, Member Garcia. Any other discussion from fellow board members? Yes, Member Eden.
I think this is the most controversial provision in the rule. It's where we've heard a lot of public comment, and I believe the department took a lot of that public comment to heart, including some legislators that showed up to provide an opinion on how we handle avoided methane. So I believe the department listened to the stakeholders and addressed those concerns in the current draft.
Thank you, Member Ely, for those additional highlights and comments. Yes, Member Honker.
And I agree with Member Ely that the department seems to have been pretty conscientious about making some changes to this concept. I do think this provision will require some careful monitoring by the department and possible tweaking down the road, but I don't have any changes to propose at this point in time.
Thank you, Member Honker. Any other points, discussion? I just wanted to share in the public comments that we received, to your point, Member Ely, there's a lot of discussion from the public and those that took the time to share their thoughts with the board and in particular on this point. And I do appreciate that NMED did through where you can see the, and also their comments and their submittals and written documents that, you know, trying to address this question, and that this was a concern as they revised and updated the rule as well. I think it will be something that we need to continue to be aware of, and that the department needs to continue to watch for any to ensure that this that the avoided methane aspects of the rule are avoided emissions continue to be just looked at as the implementation of the rule moves ahead. So I guess that's my comment too, is the department and our board, is that we continue to just highlight this, knowing the concern by the public as well as those entities that did come to the board with concerns regarding this. With that, I do at this point though think that we need to support the inclusion of it in the rule. But we can have a board member propose a motion to formalize the board's current thoughts on this. Yes, Member Ely?
I move that the board include avoided emissions language in the rule.
I'll second that.
Thank you, Member Ely, and thank you, Member Bitzer, for your second. Is there any discussion, Member Garcia?
I guess to be clear, I would amend the motion to reject the proposals by other parties to make changes to that provision.
Thank you. Member Garcia, would you be open to amending your motion, Member Ely?
I propose that we retain language regarding avoided emissions as is in the rule, without including any of the amendments from the other parties.
I'll second that too.
Thank you, Member Ely, for amending your motion, and Member Bitzer for the second. With that, is there any other discussions regarding the motion on the floor? Member Ely?
I just want to note there was a proposal to extend the initial time frame for allowing avoided emissions, and the department makes the case that, you know, the other parties have 2 10-year periods, and we probably shouldn't move to a 30-year period as proposed by the RNG coalition. So I think that's what Member Garcia was referring to.
Right.
Thank you, and thank you for that further discussion with the motion on the floor. If seeing no other discussion or hearing no other discussion, Mr. Lopez or Ms. Jones, would you please do a roll call vote on Member Ely's motion?
Yes, Member Ely, how do you vote?
Yes.
Member Garcia,
Yes.
Chair Sweeney,
Yes.
Member Bitzer,
I vote yes.
and Member Hunker.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Lopez. Appreciate that. And I know it's at 10:30, and so I would like to propose at this point that we take a short break. What would you think? 10, 15 minutes? 15? Well, let's do 15 minutes and come back at 10:45. Appreciate it, and see you back at 10:45. All right, it's 10:46, and we're just getting back to our meeting. Coming back from break, got to stretch the legs a little bit. All right. All right. Thank you, everybody. I see Member Hunker, Member Bitzer on the screen. So glad everybody's back. And we're going through, just to reground ourselves, going through the various questions in the hearing officer's report to give us a basis as we look at the detailed language once we're done with this. And we just went through, finished out question number 7, and getting ready to move on to question number 8, which is on page 12 in the hearing officer's report. And if we're ready, board, good to go. All right, so the question is, should project credits for direct air capture, DAC, and carbon capture and sequestration be more circumscribed? Should the rule create a field path for direct air capture to enhanced oil recovery, EOR? And this one, Oxy USA chimed in regarding NMAD's proposed rule language, and then we have CCAE and their concern without more guardrails, the rule could impersonally subsidize activities that do not affect the state's transportation emissions and overwhelm the market with bogus project credits. So those were the main discussion or entities that chimed in on this question. With that, I'll open the floor to the board and see if there's any points in discussion. Yes, Member Garcia.
Thank you. Yes, I appreciate that the department included this provision in the rule. I think it's important to incentivize direct air capture, carbon capture, and I would hope that that it would create more of industry doing this, if possible. And I think Getting credit for the enhanced oil recovery portion would be a step too far, though. I know that there's a lot of that occurring in New Mexico, and I don't think it's appropriate to go all the way to enhanced oil recovery. So I think NMED can adequately oversee regarding some of the concerns that CCAE brought up. I think NMED can adequately oversee the various aspects of direct air capture and monitor how it's being done and make sure there's not any bogus credits, etc. So if it's something that needs to be tweaked or tightened in the future, the board can look at that at a later date.
Thank you, Member Garcia. Member Ely?
Yeah, I generally concur with Member Garcia. Carbon capture and sequestration is an important element for helping the state meet its climate goals, and I believe they even said so in their most recent report in December regarding achieving those goals. And direct air capture is one mechanism to do that. I think I deviate a little from Member Garcia because I think EOR, if monitored appropriately, can make sure that those carbon emissions are permanently sequestered underground through EOR, but the department's going to have to come up with provisions to make sure that that is the case. So as far as project credit goes, yes, I think direct air capture should be included. Regarding the second part of that question, should there be an alternative pathway, fuel pathway for DAC and EOR? I agree with the department's thinking on that, that doing that would misalign the program with similar programs in other jurisdictions, and make compliance with the program potentially a simple matter of changing crude sources, supplies in the state. So yes, DAC for projects, good. DAC for alternative fuel pathways, not good, in my opinion.
Thank you, Member Ely. Is there any other discussion points, thoughts from members of the board? On this point, and I just want to know, we have all the Member Honker, Member Bitzer, and Member Garcia, Member Ely, and myself here back after break. I just wanted to put that on the record. All right. With that, I know there's a couple of questions, multiple questions under this topic. So I don't know if we want to tackle a motion all together or separate. What are your thoughts? Member Ely? Oh, here.
Yes, I'm going to make a motion that direct air capture and carbon capture sequestration be allowed for project credits as drafted in the rule.
Thank you. And that's
I'll
the
second
motion.
that.
All right. Thank you, Member Bitzer. So we have Member Ely's motion and Member Bitzer's second. Is there any further discussion regarding that? Hearing and seeing none. Mr. Lopez, Ms. Jones, would you please do a roll call vote on Member Ely's motion?
Yes. Member Bitzer, how do you vote?
I vote yes.
Thank you. Member Ely,
Yes.
Member Garcia,
Yes.
Member Honker,
Yes.
Chair Sweeney.
Yes,
Motion passes.
thank you. All right. Member Ely? Did you have something? No.
No, I-
Oh.
Thank you.
So I was gonna make a motion on the second portion of that question for number
Yes.
8, which is, should the rule create a pathway for direct air capture for enhanced oil recovery? And I'm gonna move that the rule not include a fuel pathway for direct air capture to enhanced oil recovery.
Thank you.
I'll second that.
Thank you, Member Ely and Member Garcia, for your second. Member Ely for your motion and Member Garcia for your second. With the motion on the floor, I don't know if, just checking one more time if there's any further discussions regarding this, regarding Member Ely's motion. Hearing and seeing none, look to Mr. Lopez and Ms. Jones or Ms. Jones to do the roll call vote on Member Ely's motion.
It's me again. Okay. Member Bitzer, your vote?
I vote yes.
Awesome. Member Ely,
Yes.
Member Garcia,
Yes.
Member Honker,
Yes.
Chair Spina.
Yes.
Motion passes, Chair Spina.
Thank you, Ms. Jones. Appreciate it. And that, is there any other aspects? I think we've covered the questions in Madam Hearing Officer's report. I'm just double checking the comments and summaries. I have notes. I don't think there's any other aspects regarding this. All right. We'll move on to question number 9, and that's on page 13. If folks are following along on the Madam Hearing Officer's report. Does the department have the authority under the Environmental Improvement Act to issue administrative compliance orders and assess civil penalties for violations of the CTFP? And we have NAMOGA, API, AFPM chiming in on this discussion and question. CCAE chiming in as well. And just want to open up the floor to the board and this regarding this particular question. Thoughts? Yes, Member Ely? Member Hunker?
Yeah, I think the way this question is posed, it's a legal question, and I don't think, I think the question to us is, do we want to make any changes to the language that's cited here? I don't think we as a board should make a legal determination here. It's a question of what should be included in the rule.
Thank you, Member Hunker. And with that, I don't know if legal counsel Ugarte would like to chime in on Member Hunker's comment and question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I think the board discussed this earlier in a different question, this notion that the statute has language that may not be clear or wasn't clearly defined. And so I think, like in that situation, it is for the board to make a determination based on the information that it's in the record on what the board thinks was meant by the statute, and if the statute does authorize this enforcement provision. I would point it's what the parties have identified. I think there's the language in the Clean Transportation Act itself that specifically 74(1)18 subsection 10, that the department may establish fees for the cost of the department's administration and enforcement of the program. Now, I think what's before the board is determining whether that language is sufficient to support the enforcement language that's in the rule. So, Madam Chair and Member Honker, I don't know if that's enough or if you have further questions.
Thank you, legal counsel Ugarte. Is there any other questions, discussion, regarding this? Member Hunker, do you have any follow-up thoughts?
Well, I just think we should look at the language in the sections that are referred to here. And the question to us is that language appropriate? Should any changes be made to that language? I think the statutory authority question is kind of maybe beyond the scope of the way I see it. I mean, whatever rules that we put in place, there needs to be some sort of enforcement authority. So I think the question here is the department overreaching in terms of the enforcement provisions, or are these appropriate for the rule?
Thank you. Any other thoughts or, yes, legal counsel?
Madam Chair and Member Hunger, I think Member Hunger is exactly right. I think that's the discussion and the decision for the board.
Thank you. All right. Any thoughts, Member Ely?
Yeah, the department needs to have the tools to enforce the program. But I think that the NMOGA makes a pretty compelling argument that while they can enforce the rule, they don't have the authority to issue administrative compliance orders. Now, that's a key tool for any program. Otherwise, you have to go to court to enforce the rule. But as noted in NMOGA's statement of reasons, the ACOs are not expressly granted for the Clean Transportation Fuel Program like it is in the Air Quality Control Act or the Hazardous Waste Act or liquid waste or drinking water. And so I am concerned that if we include the language that's proposed by the department for administrative compliance orders, not all of the enforcement for administrative compliance orders, that we would not be in accordance with the law, which is one of our obligations, is to try and ensure that whatever goes forward is actually in accordance with the law. So if we were to strike that language, they'd have to go to court in order to enforce the action. Now, in looking at it, the initial compliance period isn't over until the end of December 2027, so there would be time, at least for provisions related to that, for the department to go back to the legislature and get that statutory authority. So anyways, I hate saying this because I really believe it's a key tool. I've done a lot of enforcement in my day, but I don't believe that the EIA gives the department authority to issue compliance orders for the Clean Transportation Fuel Program.
Thank you for your thoughts and yes, Member Bitzer.
Along that line of thought, I have a question for council. If we move forward with this and then the legislature did double back and after the fact give us that authority, would there be some sort of ex post facto issue involved in terms of something we did that wasn't legal when we did it?
Legal counsel?
Madam Chair, Member Bitzer. So I guess what's the premise? I guess which way would you have, in your situation, how would the board have voted?
Well, we would have gone ahead and tested the limits of our authority, despite the lack of clear authority, and then the legislature comes back and, after the fact, gives us that authority. Does it count if we did it before we had it?
Well, I think in that instance, in the scenario you're describing, I think the legislature would have just confirmed what the board had done. So I don't think there would have been a question. I think in this instance, it can certainly be argued both ways. I would just point out, if I could, to Member Ely's point, that under the Environmental Improvement Act 74-110B1, that is where the secretary does have the right to issue a compliance order. And that it's in the general provision under 74-1, and presumably that applies to all of 74-1, including 74-118, which is the Clean Transportation Fuel Act. So it's arguable. There's an argument to be made that the secretary under 74-1 generally has the right to issue compliance orders. It is, I think, up to the board to decide if that is enough. And I guess to take in agreement with the department's position that that is enough, combined with the established fees for the cost of the department's administration and enforcement of the CTFP program, if that's enough. And if the board feels that's not enough, and that there's not enough to substantiate the enforcement program, then it could vote the other way.
Thank you, legal counsel. And Member Garcia.
Thank you. I also am concerned about this provision in the rule. I think it's incumbent upon the board to make sure that we do have clear authority to keep this provision in the rule. And it disturbs me that this got through the legislature without a provision that expressly gives authority for compliance orders. I also have to agree with Namolga's argument that all these other statutes do in fact give clear authority for compliance orders. And if they didn't think it was necessary, why did they put it in there? I think that the EIA is very general in their provisions. I would be concerned to approve this section of the rule without clear authority. I think we would be overstepping. Now, you know, as Bitzer suggested, Member Bitzer suggested, if we left it in the rule and let the chips fall where they may, I don't think I think we're abdicating our responsibility a little bit to make sure that we have clear authority in our rulemaking process, and I don't see that clear authority. I've worked in many worked with many regulatory agencies, and we always had clear statutory authority for compliance orders, etc. So I don't know why it wasn't. I don't know why somebody didn't make sure that it was put into this statute. I don't understand why that didn't happen. I think that if somebody challenged, if we allowed it, it was challenged, went to court, I don't think we would prevail. So I'm very uncomfortable with approving something in the rule without having clear statutory authority for it. And I don't you know, I'm not happy with that either, as Member Ely said. I'm very unhappy that it wasn't clear in the statute.
Thank you, Member Garcia, for your thoughts and comments. Member Bitzer.
And for clarification, I wasn't advocating that we go down that pipeline. It was sort of a devil's advocate question. Something in my old high school law for beginners about ex post facto laws being unconstitutional. I think it had more to do with criminal law. But anyway, that was why I asked it, was because I got triggered in terms of, can you double back? Anyway, no, I'm not advocating. It was a devil's advocate type question.
Thank you for that point of clarification, Member Bitzer. Yes, Member Ely?
So, Council, so you believe 74-1-10B1 is enough authority to move forward with the sections of the rule that apply to administrative compliance orders?
Well, an attorney will tell you they can argue both sides.
Yes.
So I wanted to make sure the board is aware that that provision was there as a reminder, and whether it applies in this instance, I think that's, I think you've heard opinions to that effect, and that's, I think, for the board.
Thank you, legal counsel, Urquarte. And thank you for pointing out that language. Any further discussion? I know this is a tough one. Yeah. With that, yes, Member Garcia.
Just one other thought. If this were not in the rule, and I do believe any rule like this should have enforcement authority. Absolutely should. You've got to have teeth, or it's worthless. So I think that it's a little late for this next session. Also, it's a short session. 2027. Perhaps somebody could go try to get the statute amended. I don't think there would be a need for a lot of enforcement in the very beginning of the program. And I don't think so, but I really do think somebody has to go back to the legislature and make sure that that authority is in the statute.
Thank you for your comments, Member Garcia. Are there any other comments, my board members? So maybe a question to the board is, what are your thoughts on, I think I understand and hear fellow board members regarding the act itself, and maybe some clarity or additional language that could clarify that. But for where we are right now, today, given that we don't, or that maybe that could have assisted us a little bit in providing more clarity, where do you think we are today in regards to this question? Thoughts? Yes, Member Ely?
My feeling is that the statute doesn't enable the department to issue administrative compliance orders for this. And that does need to be fixed. I didn't see a good counter argument to Namoga's argument about needing expressed authority in the statute in order to issue ACOs. That's how I feel today.
Thank you, Member Ely. Member Hunker.
Yeah, I certainly value Member Ely and Member Garcia's take on this issue, given their experience in state regulatory programs in New Mexico. So, and I do think if we were to go ahead and include all these provisions, that might be just a red flag for somebody to appeal the entire rule and try to get it stayed. Since we've obviously flagged this as a potential vulnerability. So I guess my feeling is if it doesn't look like there's clear authority to include this, maybe we shouldn't.
Thank you, Member Hunker. Member Ely.
Yeah, I just want to add that to Member Hunker's comment that if we did approve this with the language allowing ACOs and it was appealed, it probably would be vacated, but there's a severability clause that wouldn't negate the whole rule, just that section of the rule that the court might deem unlawful.
Thank you for that comment, Member Ely. Are there any other comments, discussion? Yes, Member Garcia.
Yes, I guess. Like I say, I think Namoga's argument is right on. I completely agree with him, and I think NMED's proposal that the EIA generally allows for compliance orders and all these different rules, I think, is weak. I'm not a lawyer, so I could be wrong. I think that the question then is, if we strike it, do we strike all of that C section or any parts of it? I think that's one of the questions we have to tackle. If we don't strike it, the other option is leave it in, and in the meantime, let somebody at NMED go back to the legislature and try to shore up statutory authority to do it. But anyway, those are the questions we have to answer.
Thank you, Member Garcia. Yes, so I don't know, any other thoughts regarding the where we're at right now with this rule and the language. And we can answer the question now, maybe get to the language later. Just a suggestion. Okay. And I think that's the helpful nature of Madam Hearing Officer's report, is that we'll have some of this discussion and where the board is standing on to help us and facilitate discussions as we go through the proposed rule language. So I don't know if that's amenable to the fellow board members, what your thoughts are. Yes, okay. Well, with that, would board member want to propose a motion regarding this, at least where we're standing right now? Yes, member Ely.
It's the hard part about this job. Wait, it's not a job. So I move that the department does not have the authority under the Environmental Improvement Act to issue administrative compliance orders and assist civil penalties for violation of the Clean Transportation Fuel Program.
I'll second that.
All right, we have member Ely's motion and member Bitzer's second. Is there any further discussion regarding this motion? All right. Hearing that, oh yes, Member Hunker.
I think I would suggest an edit to the motion rather than making it sound so clear that the department doesn't have authority, in our opinion. We could say the board finds that there's not a clear demonstration of authority for these provisions in the Environmental Improvement Act that would allow them to go forward. Maybe.
Thank you for that clarity. Member Ely.
Member Honker, I'd be open to you making the motion.
Okay, I will move then that the board finds that the department's authority under the Environmental Improvement Act is not clear to include administrative compliance orders and civil penalties. Therefore, well, just leave it at that. That we find that the department's authority is not clear under the Environmental Improvement Act to include those provisions.
I'll second that for the purpose of discussion.
Thank you. And yes,
And I
Member-
would just add that for the CTFP, because they have clear authority under other, for other programs, just not this one, in my opinion.
Agreed.
okay. So just point of order, I just want to make sure. So we'll rescind your motion, Member Ely. And do we have to vote on it? Or can we just verbally rescind?
I think that's fine.
And so you'll remove your motion from the floor, and then we'll take up Member Honker's motion and amended language. And then Member Bitzer has second Member Honker's motion. Is there any further discussion or clarity that I need to make, legal counsel Ugarte?
I don't think so, Madam Chair.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you for that, and thank you, board members for wading through the details on this, and also our Mr. Lopez and Ms. Jones for bearing with us on this. And it looks like we're a go for a roll call vote on Member Honker's motion.
Right. The vote on Member Honker's motion. Member Bitzer, how do you vote? Okay. Member Ely?
Yes.
Thank you. Member Garcia?
Yes.
Member Honker?
Yes.
Chair Sweeney?
Yes.
The motion passes.
Thank you, Ms. Jones. Appreciate that. All right. And I know we'll be discussing this particular aspect as we go through the language, as we go through these deliberations. All right. Is there any other aspect before we move on the Madam Hearing Officer's report that we want to clarify or discuss under this? All right. Seeing none. On page 13 of Madam Hearing Officer's report, there's a section that beyond the major questions set out above, there are I'm just making sure that we're all on the same page. The written closing arguments submitted by parties included discussion of other following topics which supported the proposed edits in the red line. And I know there's some other, guess, point of discussion provided by the parties. Do we want to address these the same way we've been addressing the questions? Kind of making sure that we discuss this. Is that amenable to the board? All right. So, A, which is Oxy USA's proposed revisions to the project credit section related to timelines for NMED's application review. Clarity that emissions reductions from project credits are voluntary and additional. Consideration of approved protocols from accredited voluntary carbon standards. And this was in Oxy USA's closing argument, pages 8 through 10. And just opening up discussion to for the board. The floor is open for discussion on this point. Any comments from fellow board members? Member Bitzer, do you have any comment? I see you're off mic, so I was just checking with you.
Muted.
Oh, okay, no worries. All right. Any thoughts on this one? With the Oxy USA's proposed revisions to the project credit section. Yes, Member Ely?
I'd suggest we not change the language in the rule and encourage the department to provide guidance on these issues to provide more clarity, the clarity that Oxy is seeking.
Thank you, Member Ely. Any other thoughts from fellow board members? Yes, Member Garcia.
I agree with that, the department did spend a lot of time, and I appreciate that they tried to negotiate some of these issues with the various parties and considered this, I'm sure. So I think we could leave it the way it is, and I think that it will be obvious to the department where the confusion lies and where they need to create some guidance documents.
Thank you, Member Garcia. Any other thoughts? In terms of the timelines, I also want to be aware that those timelines as proposed in NMED's rule as shared in verbal testimony and written documentation provided to the board, that there's some there's been a lot of due diligence by NMED on these timelines. So I just wanted to find that or add that comment to the discussion. All right, and if there's no other points on that timelines, we're looking at clarity of emission reductions from project credits are voluntary and additional. Is that a point that any of the board members would like to chime in on regarding Oxy USA's language or sorry, proposed revisions? Any thoughts? If we want to come back to that, we can also go on to the next point, consideration of approved protocols from accredited voluntary carbon standards. As another point in Oxy's proposed revisions to the project credit section. Are we good with, I guess it seems like we're good with NMED's proposal or proposed language and that Oxy proposed revisions. I guess maybe should not be accepted. All right, do we want to make a motion on this since we're at this point of our discussion? Is that okay? Thank you.
I move that we not change the language in the project credit section related to timelines in application review and encourage the department to issue guidance to provide clarity that these projects are voluntary and additional, and that the department consider protocols from accredited voluntary carbon standards from other jurisdictions, such as this California. I think in testimony we heard it hasn't been applied yet, but I'm sure the state, New Mexico, will be looking at what California is doing regarding that issue. So that's too long a motion. So, so I just want to restate that motion to say, I move that we do not change the language in the product section or project credit section and encourage the department to issue guidance as soon as possible on that matter.
I'll second that.
Thank you, Member Ely and Member Bitzer for your second. Just checking one more time, any further discussion for the motion on the floor? Seeing none, Ms. Jones or Mr. Lopez, would you please do a roll call vote on Member Ely's motion?
Okie dokie. Member Bitzer, your vote?
I vote yes.
Okay. Member Ely,
Yes.
Member Garcia,
Yes.
Member Honker,
Yes.
Chair Sweeney.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you, Ms. Jones. All right. It gets us to B of that section, and that is NMOGA API AFPM's proposed revisions to the project credit provisions and its request for pre-rule adoption guidance prior to program implementation is set out in their as set out in their closing argument on pages 34 through 36. Any discussions, Member Ely?
Yeah, since the board voted to move the effective date to July 1, that does give the department more time to set out the guidance that's being requested. So I think it's reasonable to ask the department to move forward with project guidance prior to the effective date of the rule.
Thank you, Member Ely, for that point. Member Bitzer.
If that's a motion, I'll second it.
Was really a comment, but yeah.
Yeah. It was just a comment at this point, Member Bitzer. But I'm sure we'll get to a formal motion unless you want to make one.
No, I'll listen. I'll listen for other comments.
Okay. All right. Member Garcia.
I think this overlaps a little bit with the previous issue in that, we would leave it as is, and yes, I would think the department could immediately work on various guidance documents, probably knowing from all the discussions with industry where the confusions may pop up with this rule. So yes, I agree that they should work on a guidance document regarding this issue.
Thank you, Member Garcia. And any other discussion from board members? So just for clarity, are we thinking it wouldn't, or board members thinking that no added language changes, just our recommendations to the department for getting the guidance out? All right, just making sure I clarified that in my own head, what I was hearing. Is there any other discussion? And I'm good with that. Again, I know there was some, I think, questions from the board as well as because of the complexity of this rule and the program is to make sure, and I think the department did respond to our questions and indicated that they are working and will have some additional guidance out to support the implementation of the rule. That's what I recall from the verbal testimony. All right, with that, may I entertain a motion? Yes, Member Garcia.
Yes, I would move that we do not change the project credit provisions in the rule, and that we encourage the department to, as requested, to have a pre-rule guidance prior to program implementation covering these provisions.
Thank you, Member Garcia.
Second.
Thank you, Member Hunker, for your second. If there's no further discussion, looking around, Ms. Jones, Mr. Lopez, would you please do a roll call vote on Member Garcia's motion?
Member Bitzer, your vote.
Oh, yes.
Member Ely.
Yes.
Member Garcia.
Yes.
Member Honker.
Yes.
Chair Sweeney.
Yes.
Madam Chair, the motion passes.
Thank you, Ms. Jones. Appreciate that. And that takes us to C, and that's NAMOGA API AFPM's proposed revision that technical review of fuel pathways be conducted by third-party verifiers without the need for separate NMAD technical review. And that argument is set out on pages 37 through 39 of their closing argument. I just want to open the floor up to discussion on that. Yes, Member Ely.
Oh, just note the department's comments on this has something to do with the Wild West of carbon intensity values. If we did something like this, they would lose control over determining what the CIs are, and then that is a good reason not to allow for third-party verification.
Thank you, Member Ely. Any other discussion on this? I'd also recall that those discussion points through the hearing. So I appreciate you highlighting that, Member Ely. All right.
If I just might add, I do think it's important that the department be able to manage those carbon intensities as they need to, and not leave it to a third party to get that work done. The department is ready to do this work. This is a core element of this whole rule. And so if we allow third-party verification rather than the department assessing what those CIs should be, I think that would be a mistake.
Thank you, Member Ely. All right. Any other discussion? All right. Well, I support your comments, Member Ely, just to add some additional discussion. And would like to entertain a motion. Member Ely?
I move that we do not change the language around assessing carbon intensities, period, and that we do not enable third-party verifiers to do the work that the department is proposing to do on that.
Thank you, Member Ely, for your motion.
I second that.
Thank you, Member Garcia, for the second. Take it one more time for any discussion. Seeing none, hearing none. Ms. Jones, Mr. Lopez, please do a roll call vote. Member Ely's motion.
Member Bitzer, your vote,
I vote yes.
and Member Ely,
Yes.
Member Garcia,
Yes,
Member Honker,
Yes.
Chair Sweeney.
Yes.
The motion passes.
Thank you so much, Ms. Jones. I appreciate that. And now we go to item D, which is Namoga API AFPM's proposal to strike the fuel supply equipment FSC credit provisions based on equipment capacity to ensure regulatory consistency and avoid violating technology neutrality. Those closing arguments again were in their closing argument on pages 51 through 54. Again, opening the floor to fellow board members for any discussion. Want to jump in? Yes, member Ely?
Happy to. So as we recall, the FSC or the fuel supply equipment credit is based on equipment capacity, as is in other jurisdictions. Part of the concern is that it's both for EVs as well as liquid fuels too. And I believe CCAE doesn't believe that it should be allowed for liquid fuels as well. That may be down below. But NMED's argument is that it has to be in order to maintain the technology neutral provision. Anyways, I support the department's approach to FSE for both electric and liquid fuels. And I do not believe that it's in violation of the neutrality provisions as stated by NMOGA, because they do allow it for both electric vehicles and vehicles taking liquid fuels.
Thank you, member Ely. Any other thoughts? Member Garcia?
thank you. I agree 100% with Member Ely's assessment, and I think that we should leave it as is. I don't agree with the suggestion that it would impact technology neutrality. And I think it's important to, since it is included in the rules of other states' programs, seems to be not a problem in other states. So I don't see a reason to change it for New Mexico at this point in time.
Thank you, member Garcia. Any other thoughts from other board members? Yes, member Pitzer.
Very open question. I know hydrogen has a liquid form, LOX, but it's not necessarily how it's transported. I drive a compressed gas vehicle, my little Honda Civic GX, but would it count in its gaseous state as a liquid fuel? Anybody know off the top?
Member Bitzer, I said liquid fuels, but it doesn't, I think they specify hydrogen as well. So I think the point is it's not restricted to just electric vehicles, which may be seen in other states, because other states don't have the maybe the neutrality issue that we have here in New Mexico. So does it apply to compressed gas? I have to go look. Yeah.
Thank you, member Ely, and thank you, member Bitzer, for the question. We're doing some look here. here first. Yes, Member Ely?
If I may, in the hearing officer's compilation on page 81 is where FSE fuel supply equipment applications start. And it looks like the ability to utilize this provision is based on the carbon intensity of the fuel. Less than or equal to the standard in 2030 in table 1 subsection A of 701 for gasoline and gasoline substitutes, less than the carbon intensity in 2030 in table 2 for diesel, and a reduction of 20% or more for crediting benchmarks for conventional jet fuel if the FSE is served by aircraft.
See that.
And then more provisions for 2040.
Thank you for that, Member Ely.
So compressed hydrogen's not considered,
I think it is, but
Oh,
I'm
okay.
not seeing.
as long as it comes in under that threshold.
Well, it specifies gas, diesel, and jet fuel.
So by gas, it means gaseous in your
And
estimation?
gasoline, sorry.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Appreciate that, Member Ely, that highlight and the submitted materials here. Is there other discussion points? All right, sorry. Yeah, I'm still looking as well. Other board members are looking. I know I'm looking here.
My
Yes,
recollection is testimony did include hydrogen. I'm just not seeing the language directly. May I ask Madam Hearing Officer?
yeah. Let's see if Madam Hearing Officer, do you?
I was gonna do
Okay, I'm doing a search too. There's yes.
I do see 303 paragraph A, 3. If an FSE station or FSC units that dispense different fuel types as identified in paragraph 3, or serve different vehicle duty types. I don't know if that's broad enough to include hydrogen or not. Shall submit an application.
And then
City
it also,
of, City of Albuquerque trash trucks run on compressed hydrogen. The University of New Mexico's transport system, bus system, uses compressed hydrogen. I know because when I'm fueling, I sometimes have to wait for these guys to finish so I can get at the pump. So I know it's relevant.
I see something on, and I don't know if this is, so this is in the markup version, section 20.2.92.402. 402 designation of regulated parties for gaseous fuels. But under that section, it's B4, for hydrogen used as a transportation fuel, the first fuel reporting entity is the owner of a FSE station where the transportation fuel is dispensed for use, except that for renewable hydrogen, including the renewable portion of any blend with fossil fuel hydrogen, the first fuel reporting entity is the producer or importer of the renewable hydrogen. Note that in clarifies or little.
Can we read back the motion as it stands?
There's no motion yet on the
Oh,
floor.
sorry, I'm jumping ahead in my head.
No, we're good. And then we're just addressing and discussion before we entertain a motion of item D. And it was NAMOGA API AFPM's proposal to strike the bill supply equipment credit provisions based on equipment capacity to ensure regulatory consistency and avoid violating technology neutrality. Okay. Is that helpful, Member Bitzer, just to re-ground us?
It did. I mean, it makes reference to hydrogen, so I guess I'm okay. I for some reason I thought we'd already had a motion that mentioned gasoline and not gaseous, clean gaseous fuels. Brain fart.
Any other comments? Yes.
Let's look at table 5.
Okay.
Are you ways
Yeah, that's a
with
good idea.
uh, you know, our handled on table 5. I don't know if that's helpful or not.
Okay, let's go to table 5.
Looking at like page 170, 170.
170. All right, let's go. Yeah. Yes, yeah, comment, Member Ely?
Yeah, I'm just looking at 302A, fuel supply equipment credits. It notes that in A1, that A1A, that it talks about if the fuel is electricity, the department calculates the EE or adjusted carbon intensity as an EDU, specific carbon intensity pursuant to 206. If it's not electricity, the FSE pathway applicant or pathway holder calculates the department verifies in each quarter the EER adjusted carbon intensity using the FSE applicant or pathway holders company-wide quantity weighted average carbon intensity pursuant to 302. So it breaks it down to electrical and non-electrical. It doesn't prohibit things like hydrogen. And then in 303, it provides more clarity on what fuels like diesel, gasoline, and jet fuel, how they are allowed into the program based on let's see, based on table 1, subsection A, 701. Yeah, based on their intensity in table 1. So what I don't see is a specific reference to hydrogen, but I don't see an exclusion of hydrogen. I just see it's either electrical or non-electrical fuel vehicles.
Thank you, Member
Right.
Ely.
Thank you. Sorry to gum up the works with my niche concern.
Okay, it's good discussion point. Devil's in the details here. All right. So with that, discussion and research in our record here, does anybody have any other questions, comments, thoughts? Ready for a motion? Yes.
I appreciate the discussion and it's good to get some clarity on this issue. I would move that we keep the fuel supply equipment credit provisions based on equipment capacity in the role as they are proposed by NMED.
Thank you.
I'll second that.
Thank you, Member Garcia, for your motion and Member Bitzer for your second. Any further discussion? If not, look to Ms. Jones to do a roll call vote on Member Garcia's motion.
Member Bitzer, how do you vote?
I vote yes.
And Member Ely,
Yes.
Member Garcia,
Yes,
Member Honker,
Yes.
Chair Sweeney,
Yes.
motion passes.
Thank you, Ms. Jones, and thank you, Board, for that discussion motion. And I see that we're right 1 minute away from the noon hour. This might be a good time to take a break, lunch break. How long do you think we need? Hour? Is that good? Is that good for folks on the platform? Yes, okay. So we'll come back at 1 o'clock. Thank you all. See you in an hour. All right, I think we're back. Recorder's on. Member Bitzer's on. And I member Bitzer. And then we have member Garcia. Oh, there's member Honker. And member Ely and myself are back after the break. And I hope everyone had a good break and got some food to keep on going this afternoon. All right. Let's get back to some of the questions in the hearing officer's report. Please remind me, did we motion, I forgot to note it in my notes on item D? We did, okay. All right, item E, which is the next one on the hearing officer's report in page 14. There's our legal counsel. All right. Which is NAMOGA API AFPM suggestion that the rule list mandatory classes of advisory committee members and provide them with a meaningful role in rule review consistent with their stakeholder status and the enabling legislation. And this was in their closing argument on pages 54 through 60. And just like to open it up to the board for your thoughts on item E. Yes, member Garcia.
Yes, thank you. I think that the role of the advisory committee is extremely important, and it's good that it was spelled out in the statute that there needed to be an advisory committee. And I'm an advocate of engaging with the public, engaging with the regulated community in a meaningful manner. I understand some of the arguments, NAMOGA, API, and AFPM. I gather they were unhappy with the way it sort of rolled out initially, with not engaging with the advisory committee early enough. And I think their concerns are valid. And I think that I'm not sure that there needs to be any changes in the rule or to list, mandatory classes of advisory committee members. I just, I would hope that I think that the department realizes, and especially with all the conversations that have happened in the process of the rulemaking procedures, they have a better understanding of the various issues that the regulated community may have, and the environmental community. And I feel that it is important to engage with the advisory committee more often than even the statute advises. Periodically, I guess is what it says. But if the regulated community in particular needs more than just guidance, they want say in how things are being carried out. I think it's important to gather that, perhaps through the advisory committee process. So I guess I'm just saying I'm a big advocate of it, of engaging with the community, but I'm not sure that the rule needs to lay out any more detail than what is already in the statute.
Thank you, member Garcia. Any other thoughts, member Ely?
Yeah, the rule as drafted is consistent with what's in the act as far as the makeup of the advisory committee. And I don't think it would be appropriate to tie the department's hands by insisting they add additional members. The membership, could go beyond what's in the act and in the rule, depending on what the issues the department might be struggling with. And they would seek, I'm sure, appropriate input from the stakeholders that would make the most sense depending on what they're looking at. So I do not support expanding the membership as proposed by NMOGA. I know NMOGA was also quite concerned that the committee did not see the draft rule before the draft rule was filed in the petition. And they thought that was counter to what was in the act, but I also disagree with that. I think you can get stakeholder input on the contents of what should be in a rule without actually showing them the draft rule in advance of the filing the petition. So I think the department did a fine job on their stakeholder involvement, especially considering the short period of time. In the future, I'm sure they will be sharing draft rules and provisions with the committee as they come up and as they seek input from them.
Thank you, Member Ely. Any other comments from other board members? All right. So with that, hearing that that there might, is there just for my point of clarity, I know NMOGA specifically and API AFPM suggested listing mandatory classes of advisory committee members. I support the ongoing engagement, and I think NMAD has demonstrated that in their engagement of industry as well as what was provided in verbal and written testimony during the hearing. Is there a need to, I don't feel like there's a need to further list it in the rule itself. Is that what I'm hearing as well? Yes, really?
The rule itself has a few entities. I just don't feel there's a need to expand what needs to be included in the advisory group outside of what's already in the rule.
Thank you. All right, are we, is there any other discussion points or comments from board members? If not, is there a motion that board member would like to propose in relation to item E on Madam Hearing Officer's report? Yes, Member Garcia.
I would move that we do not change the rule to incorporate NMOGA's suggestion of listing mandatory classes for the advisory committee members. That was it. Does that cover it?
Yes, thank
Okay.
you.
I'll second that.
Thank you, Member Garcia, for your motion and Member Bitzer for your second. Any further discussion with the motion on the table? All right, seeing or hearing no further discussion. Mr. Lopez or Ms. Jones, please do a roll call on Member Garcia's motion.
Okay, member Ely, how do you vote?
Yes.
Member Garcia,
Yes.
Chair Sweeney,
Yes.
member Bitzer,
I vote yes.
and member Honker.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Lopez. Appreciate that. All right, that takes us to issue F. NMOGA API AFPM proposed fee language for equitable allocation of fees among groups of registered parties that reflect the time demand of each group on department resources. Again, this was in closing argument. pages for NAMOGA's joint API AFPM submittal on pages 61 through 64. Is there any discussion? Board member that would like to start discussion on this? Yes, Member Ely?
Um, again, I just note that the department made some amendments to the fees between, the direct testimony and the rebuttal testimony, in which, they equalized it for all generators to $3,000. NMOGA is also arguing that, the amount charge that would go into the budget should be reflective of the resources that the department needs to do the work. And I think the department made their best estimate without having started the program of what that would be or how to divvy it up amongst generators, of deficits and generators of credit. So I am not in support of changing the fee language, because I think what we have is good enough for now. Once the program's up and running, in a few years, they may come back to the board and ask for some changes. And at that point, we'll probably need more data to make a good decision on whether to amend the fee language.
Thank you, Member Ely. Any other discussion, comments from board members regarding the, this issue? All right. Seeing none, I do support what you were saying, Member Ely. I just wanted to briefly state that. I don't know if any other board members have any comments. If not, entertain a motion on the floor. I mean, entertain a motion. Yes, Member Ely?
I propose we leave the fee language in the rule as currently drafted by the department.
Do I hear a second?
That.
Thank you, Member Honker. All right, we have a motion proposed by Member Ely and a second by Member Honker regarding the fee language as proposed by NAMOGA API AFPM. Taking another moment to check, see if any members have any further discussions. See none. Ms. Jones, Mr. Lopez, please do a roll call vote on Member Ely's motion.
Member Ely, how do you vote?
Yes.
Member Garcia,
Yes.
Chair Sweda,
Yes.
Member Bitzer,
I vote yes.
and Member Hunker.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Lopez, for that. And that takes us to item issue G, where CCAE set out an introduction on global climate change and its adverse effects, New Mexico's response to climate pollution, and arguments that the board should consider cross-cutting legal issues. And this is in the closing argument by CCAE on pages 2 through 22. Opening the floor to any to begin discussions on this issue. Anybody? Yes, Member Garcia.
I'm not entirely clear on what exactly is being proposed.
arguments that the board should consider, cross-cutting legal issues. We can go to, I think, CCAE's closing argument. Let me look at that. And if anybody wants to chime in, the floor is open as well. And your thoughts on this issue? Apologize, it's taking me a moment to pull up CCA's. And maybe we can, not to point our Madam Hearing Officers looking through our documents, but maybe just wanting to check in with Madam Hearing Officer to see if you had any anything you wanted to add to this particular item.
Second statement. Sorry.
Okay.
So the closing argument from CCA made three larger points under that general statement, which was the rule must be technology neutral. And you've heard an awful lot of argument about what makes something technology neutral or not, but it need not ignore differences in efficiency. And I think the board has already had some of that discussion already, not characterizing something as not being technology neutral just because the rule goes to the differences in efficiency. That the rule must reduce carbon intensity of fuels used in the state, and that it must not discriminate against fuels produced in other states, but it shouldn't give them an advantage. And so those were parts of their closing argument that really informed some of their more specific proposals.
Is that helpful, Member Garcia?
Did I misunderstand the question? I'm sorry.
No.
Oh.
But, yeah, me?
Yes,
Um,
yes, of course.
So, yeah, that makes sense to me, that there were a number of cross-cutting legal issues, and not just those that were outlined, but also FSE and avoided emissions and book and claim. I mean, there are all these legal issues, regulatory issues that we have to consider. And I think what they're asking is that we just think about the real goal here, and that's addressing climate change and the adverse effects of climate change in New Mexico. And that's, the main purpose of this rule is to do that. And so as we're having these discussions and thinking about what's the appropriate next steps, that we should keep that top of mind. And I agree with that.
You said that better.
Thank you, Member Ely.
We're talking page 39 and 40 of their, which is their proposed conclusions of law, yes?
I'm checking myself. It started on
Pages-
16.
Yes, it starts on page 16 and goes through 23.
Yes.
Of the closing arguments.
Yes.
Is that helpful, Member Bitzer?
I'm in their, I'm in their different, I'm in their, when did they post this? Their January 5th submittal is where I am.
Yes.
Proposed findings of fact and conclusions of law. And you said 1516 instead of 3940?
I'm actually in the coalition for Coalition for Clean Affordable Energies closing arguments dated January 2nd, 2026.
All right, I'm in there January 5th.
Okay.
Proposed findings of fact and conclusions of law.
Okay, I see that.
So you go down to page 3940. It seems to me that fits with what we're being asked to consider.
Yeah, so we are talking about two different documents. I was looking at the closing argument on January 2nd, and I think Member Bitzer was looking at the proposed findings and conclusions on January.
Yes. Thank you for that point of clarification. Do you have any other comments, questions, discussion?
Is there
Yes,
an
Member
action
Bitzer.
item associated with this, or is just that we needed to consider it?
I believe that we need to consider it as we look at through our deliberations. And Member Garcia, did you have something to share?
I was just going to say that I appreciate their laying out the importance of how this rule is carried out, what the intention was of the rule, and I think we are taking all that into consideration in deliberating each section of the rule as we will be doing. So beyond that, I'm not sure that there's anything else we need to do.
Thank you. Do you think that given that discussion, is there a motion that we need to consider? Other than just to affirm that we are recognizing that? Some thoughts. What are the thoughts of the board?
I'll take a stab at a motion here.
Okay.
I move that we consider CCAE's concerns regarding climate change and cross-cutting legal issues, New Mexico's climate and pollution, as duly noted, and being considered as we go.
Thank you, Member Bitzer.
I'll second that.
Okay, thank you, Member Hunker. All right, is there any discussion? Just checking with board members, the motion on the floor. All right. Hearing none or seeing none, Mr. Lopez, would you please do a roll call vote on Member Bitzer's motion?
Yes, Member Ely, how do you vote?
Yes.
Member Garcia,
Yes.
Chair Sweeney,
Yes.
Member Bitzer,
I vote yes.
Member Hunker.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Lopez. Appreciate that. And thank you, Member Bitzer, for your motion. That takes us to H, which is CCAE urges the board to approve project credits for public transportation to encourage wider use of shared vehicles and reduce CI of fuels in New Mexico. And that's in their closing argument, pages 50 through 51.
And that does relate to a proposal they made in the rule.
Okay, thank you. Madam Hearing Officer? Any thoughts on this point? Member Ely?
Well, I note after, I thought, the public testimony that they should be looking at public transit, that the department then went back and put that in and specified it as an eligible project for project credits. And it is under 306A4, ridership increases of public transportation. CCA is proposing that be expanded to include schools and commercial shuttle services. But it seems like the way it's drafted now actually would enable the department to look at those public transit services, schools and commercial shuttle services it is part of the public transportation project credits. So maybe it makes sense to expand that, but right now it sounds like it's sufficient to include public transportation.
Thank you, Member Ely. Any discussion? Other comments? Yes, Madam Hearing Officer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The board might also want to, and I know you're going to walk through the rule itself, but while you're having this discussion, CCA did propose a new definition of public transit. If you'd like me to read it, it's not very long.
Sure.
Public transit or public transportation means a shared ride surface transportation service operated by the state or a political subdivision of the state that is open to the public or open to a segment of the public defined by age, disability, or language.
Thank you, Madam Hearing Officer.
Real quick question there, is a tribal government considered a political subdivision of the state? They want to run a casino shuttle for their customers? Just asking.
I
don't think it is.
I have my thoughts, but I'd like to look to our legal counsel. I think I did ask a question about the applicability of this rule on tribal lands during the hearing, but also that's a jurisdictional issue. I think, legal counsel, do you have any thoughts on this?
Madam Chair, I'd have to look into that. I don't have that answer right now.
Okay. Yeah, I think that's a great question. Okay, I shared, I have my thoughts. I think one of the things is the jurisdictional issues of the applicability of a rule has come up, and I think in this case as well as in others of state and tribal jurisdiction, and then there's and I know this isn't maybe part of the record, but there's also nuance in land status. So you have tribal trust lands and you have fee simple lands, which are private properties owned by tribes and pueblos throughout the state. So I think it's a complicated issue and topic. So legal counsel, would you mind doing research and we can come back to this if that is helpful?
Yes, Madam, here enough, sir.
Yes. Thank you for that question, Member Bitzer. Yes, Member Garcia.
Yes, just on that point, I recall that this rule did not apply on tribal land, so that might take care of that question right there. But on to the question of public transportation getting project credits. I am confident that the department looked at this, and I know that the department is interested in increasing incentives for any way to reduce emissions or to reduce emissions. So I think the department looked at this. My memory in the testimony was that there was I don't recall exactly the reason for not including, as CCAE is suggesting, for public transportation, but I guess I think that it's something that could be looked at in the future if any changes would be necessary. I also don't think that other states that have CTFP programs, I don't think they do give credit for public transportation, but I could be wrong. I just don't quite recall the testimony regarding why the department wasn't going to give project credit for public transportation.
Thank you, Member Garcia. Do you have Member Ely?
Yeah, they actually explicitly do provide project credits for public transportation, the department. Oh, right. I just thought I heard you say they don't. Yeah, so they do in 302A, 306, excuse me, A4, but what I think CCAE is asking for is a broader description of public transportation, and they're proposing that we explicitly call out schools and commercial shuttle services.
And just to add to Member Ely's comment is there's also, in addition to what Madam Hearing Officer pointed out a few minutes ago, there's also a new definition for commercial shuttle service as proposed by CCA. And that's the commercial shuttle service has a meaning of either shuttle service or specialized passenger service as specified in NMSA section 65-2A-3 and does not include transportation network companies as defined by NMSA 1978 section 65-7-2. And just to add a note that this definition supports CCAE's recommendation that passenger efficiency project credits include public transportation in schools and commercial services. So just wanted to add that.
For a little further clarification, not only do they add the definition for commercial shuttle service, there's a new definition for public transit and public transportation. That's what the hearing officer, I think, read out. So, so the question is, in my mind, is the new language allowing, it's not new, it's in the rule now that came in a little bit later, allowing for credits related to public transportation enough, or do we consider expanding that to make it clear that schools and shuttle services, commercial shuttle services, are also eligible for credits? That's how I see that.
Yes, thank you, Member Ely. And I know we're getting into some of the language within the rule. gonna get my head around this one. And I guess maybe suggestion would be also looking to the members of the board might be to look at this language when we go through the rule, or because I mean, I think we are considering it, we're looking at it. The rule does consider the project credits and see where this applies. Or if you want to entertain a motion now. Yes, Member Ely?
Just one more point. I see in CCAE's definition, they struck out increases, ridership increases for public transportation. And I think the increases probably needs to be in there to make sure it's additional. You know, it's something new that wouldn't happen otherwise, which is one of the, I think, criteria for getting credits. It shouldn't be something that's already happening. It should be something that is incentivized by this program. So I'm not quite sure about adding that amended language to the rule.
And you're looking at CCAE's proposed new definition for public transit? Or which
I'm looking at on page 94 of the compilation, the hearing officer's compilation, under 302A, where in A4, it says that ridership increases for public transportation are eligible for project credits. And in that, right below the NMED's reasoning, CCAE says it proposes amendments to 306A4, and it reads ridership for public transportation, schools and commercial services, and it strikes out the word increases. So right now it reads ridership increases for public transportation, and they're proposing ridership for public transportation, schools, and commercial shuttle services without using the word increase, which bothers me a little because it doesn't, because credit should be awarded for projects that are additional. Sorry to confuse things more.
No. And that's on page 94, so I'm trying to find the reference. Okay.
I made an index.
Okay. I know this. Okay, here we go. I'm there where you're at. Okay. Oh, 306A.
Oh,
It's a 302. Okay. That's where I'm at. Okay. I was confused. Okay. I feel better now that I'm not missing something. All right. No worries. I know I know there's a lot of material and references. Thank you. But thank you for pointing that out. I wasn't finding it, but members of the board, again, I know like there might be different set languages, different text that this point, this item, this issue comes about throughout the rule. I don't know if we're ready to
Yeah, it might make more sense to address them while we're going through the role. That would be.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, because there was a little nuance between what the language you pointed out in 94 and the compiled red lines, rainbow lines of the of our proposed rule, and then some of the other sections were. So why don't we tackle this one as we go through the role, just keeping in mind this concept and issue. How does that sound to the board? All right. So we won't make a motion at this point on this item? Is that what I'm hearing? Okay. Thank you. Okay. Next issue is item I. CCAE encourages the board to limit the availability of project credits for FSE to infrastructure for zero emission vehicles, which includes internal combustion vehicles. Again, closing argument, here's the reference on CCAE's closing argument, pages 55 through 60. Any thoughts? Yes, Member Ely?
Yeah, I just trust NMED's analysis that in order to maintain neutrality, that they have to issue FSEs to both zero emission vehicles and internal combustion engines. CCAE doesn't agree with that, but I know they're making their effort to try and make sure this conforms with the statute, and so I think that we should leave it as is in order to help make sure that this stands up under appeal. I just note that one of CCAE's arguments is there's only so many credits for FSE, and they don't want the majority of those to be going to ICE engine, internal combustion vehicles. But, we want the rule to be upheld. So I do not support their CCAE's proposal.
Thank you, Member Ely. Any other thoughts from fellow board members? Yes, Member
I
Garcia.
have to agree with that assessment.
Member Hunker, Member Bitzer, do you have any other thoughts? If not, love to entertain a motion. Yes.
So I propose that the board not limit FSE credits to infrastructure for zero emission vehicles, but retain the language as drafted by the department for FSE.
I'll second that.
All right. Thank you, Member Ely and Member Bitzer for your second. Is there any further discussion on this item? If not, Mr. Lopez, can you please do a roll call vote on Member Ely's motion?
Yes. Member Ely, how do you vote?
Yes.
Member Garcia,
Yes.
Chair Sweeney,
Yes.
Member Pitzer,
I vote yes.
Member Hunker.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Lopez. Appreciate that. All right, that takes us to item J, which is CCA proposes that the board strengthen NMED's propose carbon intensity reduction targets and adopt others of their proposed revisions to protect consumers. In closing arguments between pages 60 through 71. Any thoughts from board members? Yes, Member Ely?
You know, between now and 2030, not many years. We have a big target to reach then. So I don't think CCE is suggesting that we change that one. It's the 2030 to 2040 reduction target, be greater than what's in statute. I don't think we want to tackle that now. I'd like to see the program get up and running before we consider even steeper targets after 2030.
Thank you. Member Garcia?
Yes, I think this is an ambitious enough target that I don't think we have sufficient evidence to warrant making it even more ambitious.
Thank you, Member Garcia, for your thoughts. Any other thoughts, Member Bitzer?
I would concur.
Thank you, Member Bitzer. Member Hunker?
Also, I concur with that viewpoint.
Thank you, members. With that, it sounds like we're ready for a motion on this item. Yes, Member Ely?
So I propose that we retain the carbon intensity reduction targets as they currently are in the draft rule.
Second that.
Thank you, Member Ely, for your motion and Member Bitzer for your second. Mr. Lopez, would you please do a roll call vote on Member Ely's motion?
Yes, Member Ely,
Yes?
Member Garcia,
Yes.
Chair Sweeney,
Yes.
Member Bitzer,
I vote yes.
and Member Hunker.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Lopez. And that takes us to our next item, which is K, Verde Clean Fuels and Infinium Operations Support for NMED's proposed definition of synthetic fuel. And Madam Hearing Officer, you have a comment?
I only wanted to note, and I should have said it there, there wasn't some, NMOGA had, when you get to the actual rule, you'll see NMOGA had a slightly different definition. So I think you can wait till you get to the rule.
Thank you for that, Madam Hearing Officer. Members of the board, do you have thoughts on this particular issue? Yes. Anybody? Yes, Member Hunker.
Yeah, I think Hearing Officer Orth has a good suggestion that we just consider this when we're going through the sections of the rule.
Thank you, Member Hunker, for your thoughts. Board members, do you have any other thoughts regarding Member Hunker's suggestion or any thoughts regarding this issue? Okay. I see some head nods in the room about considering this item as we go through the actual language of the proposed rule. All right. There's nobody opposed to that. I guess that takes us to the end of Madam Hearing Officer's report. Is there any other discussion items of questions brought up in Madam Hearing Officer's report that we want to make sure that we get it on the record in discussion? All right. I just have one question clarifying. I know in the very beginning of our going through the hearing officer's report, we had discussed the first question. And I just, as I thought through as we were talking, and even in this last effort to go through some of these A through K items here at the end of the hearing officer report, just wanted to know as we go through, I know it's a very complex rule. There's a lot of nuance and details in there. And I just wanted to maybe know as our first question of the timelines as we go through, just to be aware if there are any other if there's any other language regarding timelines in the proposed rule that is related or triggered by an effective date of the rule, that we highlight those. I know we had a overall discussion earlier about moving from April 1st to July 1st. So I just wanted to note that. I don't know if anybody has any thoughts as we go through. No, this is like we're ending this part now, jumping into the rule itself. Just wanted to just highlight that. Again, there's like, we've got great resources. Thank you for the red line versions or the rainbow color versions. It's been very helpful. All the way that has been prepared for the board. Appreciate all the parties and folks supporting us walking through this rule. So I just wanted to reiterate that, and I don't know if there's any other comments, questions before we enter the text itself. Yes, Member Ely?
As we go through the text, do we need to point to, for each paragraph, a statement of reasons or justifying language for each section? Or what's the best way to do that?
Yeah, when we went through the ozone precursor rules and other rules, and I know you weren't with us on the board yet, that's what we did, is we went through the language whenever we had a vote on the language itself. We did include in the motion a reference to the basis or justification for our decision regarding the text. I know it's long. And I feel like this rule is probably much longer than other rules and modifications that we've gone through. But in terms of the record and clarity on our decisions regarding the text, I think that's helpful for the department, for the parties, and any other efforts that go beyond this in connection to the rule itself. Yes, Member Garcia.
Yes, I also remember the precursor rule and how we did that. And you're right. I think we did give some reasoning. I do recall that where we didn't have real specific reasons, we would use a general statement about as supported by immediate evidence, blah, blah, blah. I mean, sometimes it was very general. It didn't always have to be specific, pulling out details in the arguments.
Yes, you are correct. Member Garcia, in your recollection. I see Member Hunker nodding his head too. So to answer your question or address your question, Member Ely, as we go through the specific text, if there's, as Member Garcia said, if there's a general statement as supported by, in some cases it's by the department's language, and that's why the closing argument statement of statement of facts or other documentation that have been part of the record is helpful in general, especially if we take their proposed language. So yeah. So with that, I would like to take a 10-minute break before we delve into this, where we get ready, stretch our legs a little bit for this next phase. And yeah, so why don't we come back? Oh, it's 1:57. Actually, let's come back at 2:10. Thank you. Good afternoon. Sound good. Sorry, took a little bit longer on our break. We're coming back. It's 2:17. And we're getting into another portion of our deliberations at this point to look at the rule language itself. And I know this isn't the most exciting portion, going line by line or section by section, but just want to appeal to fellow board members. In just doing so will allow and enable a good record for this rule and our decisions. So I apologize ahead of time at the maybe somewhat tedious nature of this task, but it is in the past, it's something I think our board has learned has been really helpful to the department, to the parties, and like I said right before break, any other entities looking at our decisions and our deliberations. So with that, why don't we pull up the rule and propose language and start off here. And before we start looking, if there's any questions, concerns by board members before we delve into this next step, please raise your hand. Let us know your thoughts, or if you have other ways of making this a little bit more efficient. But having gone through hours, right? Just again, want to reiterate and thank the board members for all your time and effort, as well as the parties on getting us to this point. So here we go. All right, I have the rule pulled up, and we have the title, chapter number, part 92. And I don't know if we want to start there or keep, again, yes, Member Garcia.
Yes, just to clarify and make sure we're all on the same page as how we're going to do this, as we did with the precursor rule, there are going to be sections, big pieces that we've already decided, or there's no alternative proposed language. So we could just go, sometimes we could take big sections and go ahead and approve it in one fell swoop. For instance, looking at the first part 92.1 through 92.4, that section, there's only one area where there was an alternative proposal, which we've already made a decision about, and that is the implementation date. And we've already made a decision, the effective date we voted to be July 1, 2026. So I don't think we need to vote on that again. I think we could just go ahead and for instance, if I were to move that 20.2.92.1 through 0.4, that we approve those sections as amended through previous deliberation, and to accept the language as proposed by NMED based on the evidence in the record supplied by NMED and other parties.
Thank you for that, starting us on that discussion. I would just like to suggest, given that we do have, because given that motion, we're looking at, as you shared or introduced a motion, it would be dependent upon NMED's reasoning or supporting, but we have the nuance on the difference on the effective date as supported by NAMOGA's. Right, I think we changed the effective.
Oh, you're right, you're right.
Yeah, so why don't we just do that section and then we can go down. Does that make sense? Am I?
Okay. No, you're right. You're
Again,
right. It's okay.
Yeah, and it's the first step off the off the ledge here. So yeah, we're just all going with this together. So if maybe we just look at that first section and then we can go on the other sections where it's only there's all green, at least on our rainbow version, to state that NMED based on NMED reasoning. How does that sound?
And not get to the effective date.
Or no, start with the effective date. I
Okay.
think we've made a
Okay.
in the morning session made some overall decisions or
Right. Okay.
yeah. So maybe just that one section.
Okay. Okay, then I would amend my motion to move that we change the effective date, that's 20.2.92.5, from what was proposed by NMED as April 1st, 2026 to the suggested change by NAMOGA, AFMP, PM, and others, that the date be July 1st. And for the reasons they proposed and added to the record, I would move that we change the effective date to July 1st, 2026 for the rule.
Okay, and just for clarification and maybe looking to legal.
All right.
What was that, Member Bitzer?
I was just going to second the motion if that was a complete motion.
Oh, okay. Hold on one second. I just had a quick question. Oh yeah, why don't you second, then we can discuss. So
I'll second for sake of discussion.
thank you, Member Bitzer. So with the motion on the floor, I'm just looking to legal counsel, maybe Madam Hearing Officer, we need to identify 20.2.92.1, the issuing agency Environmental Improvement Board, and then again 20.2.92.1 NMAC N or dash N 0401/2026 to then now read 0701/2026. Do we need that level of detail in terms of clarity?
Remember at the end of your deliberations, when you make a general motion, presumably to adopt the rule with the changes you've made as you go along, you will also be including an instruction to the department to prepare the rule in a manner suitable for filing with the State Record Center. And the State Record Center will require that little brackety date at the end of every section.
Thank you. So with that, Madam Hearing Officer or Legal Counsel, the Member Garcia's motion is that comprehensive enough?
Madam Chair, I guess I'm not clear on I understand what was said with respect to the reasoning, but I don't see. Is it?
Let
What?
me back up for a second, Madam Chair. I know I'm a little rusty at this. It's been a while since we did the precursor rule, and we did a lot of this in the precursor rule, but it's been a while. So just to go back, the reason I said 92.1 to 0.4 for the first piece to approve, because none of that is contested. So that can be approved easy. Then the next 1.5 is where we change it, the effective date. That's where we change it. So that could be a different motion, right? Or do we not need to do that? No, no need to do that. Okay.
Well, I was just pointing out under our rainbow colored, there is the effective date 04/01/2026.
Yeah, that,
Right here.
Yeah, because that's the contested language was the effective date.
oh, okay. So that's why you were saying to do it in accordance with the record center. Okay.
Yeah,
So would I need to amend my motion to say that?
what are you, what's your guidance, legal counsel? Just, I know
Right.
we're starting off here.
Madam Chair, I just want to make sure one thing. I think what we heard from Madam Hearing Officer is that the bracketed language
Mhm.
at the bottom of each one of these sections, the board doesn't have to address that.
Okay,
That'll be that blanket statement where the department is instructed to make it in conformity with the requirements.
Good.
Now, what is, I think, I understood your motion to be, Member Garcia, is the sentence above that, where it says April 1, 2026, defining the effective date. Right? And so, and then after that, I heard you refer to, I can't remember the name of the party, but some party's reasoning, which is not in this document, or certainly not in this paragraph. And so I just want to make sure that part is cleared. Because eventually that will be, the final order will reflect that. Maybe I have a different version.
Right. Mr. Garte, you're looking at the department's proposal. You're not looking at the rainbow compilation. And in the rainbow compilation in red, it says NAMOGA, API, AFPM, and HF Sinclair. And it gives their reasoning for changing the effective date of the rule from April 1st to July 1st. Critical readiness gaps reviewed. The essence of it. Industry needs more time to.
Well, that's exactly what I was looking for.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
all right, so given that clarity, points of clarity, do we need to, does Member Garcia or any motion need to refer to, I mean, I understand the bracket section, but then we have this detail about the effective dates. Is this where we address it or do we address it further down?
At 0.5, I would think.
Okay,
And then we make a general statement about the brackets.
Okay.
And we could even say at the beginning and get it done. I mean, we can just say. I mean, let's.
yeah, get moving, right? Okay, so with that, legal counsel Ugarte, is the motion comprehensive in its, in what it's proposing in terms of the language and the basis? Did we capture that in the motion to consider?
You can just say, for the reasons offered by NAMOGA and the rest of them.
Okay, can you restate your motion? I lost track.
Sure, okay. So for 20.2.92.5, which is the effective date in the rule, I move that we change the effective date from what was proposed by NMED as April 1st to change it to July 1st, 2026 for the effective date, as supported by evidence in the record provided by NAMOGA, API, and AFPM, and HF Sinclair.
I'll second that.
Okay, is there any further discussion on Member Garcia's motion? And again, going back to legal counsel, is that comprehensive enough for a motion regarding language 20.2.92.5?
Madam Chair, I think so.
Thank you. Let me double check here. I don't have, other than to note previous concerns about the timeline and how changing the effective date might affect timelines going throughout the rule as proposed by NMED. That's my only concern now with the motion on the floor, but I know we've talked about that in in this morning's session. With that, do you have any other further comments? If not, Mr. Lopez, would you please do a roll call vote on Member Garcia's motion?
Yes. Member Ely, how do you vote?
Yes.
Member Garcia,
Yes.
Chair Sweeney,
No.
Member Bitzer,
I vote yes.
Member Honker.
Yes.
Motion passes, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Lopez. Appreciate that. And then just one more check. So do we have to make a motion for sections 20.2.92.1 through 20.2.92.4? Since this is a new rule?
So, Madam Chair, in my opinion, you don't have to have an express motion as to each and every section. And you might even want to make the discussion more friendly by referring, for example, to, since all of it's in 20.2.92. So you'll notice in my written parts, I only say section 1, section 16, section 12. Because we all know, which rule we're in. In any event, the point really of taking motions was on the bigger questions, and then on those matters where there might be disagreement as a matter of policy among the board members. Otherwise, you can just kind of march toward a final vote. That would be my opinion. I mean, I haven't seen that in other rulemakings where they have to make a motion on each and every section, even if it's not disputed.
Thank you.
No, I agree, Madam Hearing Officer.
Okay. So with that approach, we won't need to even motion. I think we did it in the ozone precursor rules just to set the statement, the reasoning behind each section. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry.
It's okay.
You're doing. Sorry.
I was just recalling in the ozone precursor rule hearing that even the uncontested language, we just made a motion, or are you suggesting we just do this at the end where all undisputed sections that we make a motion to accept it, and then based upon as evidence provided by NMED?
Right.
Okay.
Based on the evidence presented by whichever is the party whose language you're adopting, in this case, NMED. Yeah. And again, the point of taking the individual motions as you go along, especially on hotly contested issues, is to keep in touch with one another as you get toward that final vote, so that when you get to the final vote, you don't have a board member saying, wait a minute, I needed to talk about something in section 12.
Okay. All right. Okay. So with that, I think we can kind of march through this. Looking to members of the board as we go through the rule. The next area I see is section 7A. Where we had CCA's definition for proposed definition for advanced credits. And that's in what would be after A1. And what the board's thoughts are on section A, which is the definitions, beginning with the letter A. Yep, Member Ely.
The way I read it, CCAE is proposing a new type of credit for the credit clearance market. And I think their intention is to make sure there are adequate credits in case of an emergency or forecast shortage. And so that's why they're proposing a definition of advanced credits, and that's carried forward under other sections of the rule. But I suggest that we don't include advanced credits for the credit clearing market and just leave the credit clearance market as proposed by the department.
Thank you, Member Ely. And as reading this was also addressed, and we had a lot of discussion this morning about the this connection to the potential emergency or forecast deferral. So I think we made some discussion and some overarching I guess assessment and where we're standing as a board on that question. So I think that's what, if we're good with that, can further discussion? Huh? Okay. And then I don't know if you want to take that on and then just address it. Yes. in the
Yeah,
motion.
so I move that we not accept a definition for advanced credits under part 70, or excuse me, point 7.
I'll second that.
Thank you, Member Ely, for your motion, and Member Bitzer for your second. Is there any discussion now that we have a motion on the floor? Seeing none, hearing none. Mr. Lopez, would you please do a roll call for Member Ely's motion?
Yes, member Ely,
Yes.
member Garcia,
Yes.
Chair Sweeney,
Yes.
member Bitzer,
I vote yes.
and member Hunker.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Lopez. I'm going on to few paragraph, past another paragraph. We have NAMOGA API AFPM proposal to delete the word alternative in front of the words fuel pathway application under the definition for adverse verification statement definition. Any thoughts from the board on this? Yes, Member Ely.
I'm just going to suggest we reject that amendment too, as well. It does, and I'm not exactly sure why they're proposing it, except that it's perhaps related to their proposal on third-party verification, which we've already rejected. So I would move that we leave the definition of adverse verification statement as is.
And would that be as defined, right, as proposed by NMED, right?
As proposed by NMED for reasons in NMED's testimony.
Thank you.
I'll second that.
Thank you, Member Ely, Member Bitzer for your second, Member Ely for your motion. Any further discussion? Seeing none, hearing none. Mr. Lopez, would you please do a roll call vote on Member Ely's motion?
Yes. Member Ely,
Yes.
Member Garcia,
Yes,
Chair Sweden,
Yes.
Member Bitzer,
I vote yes.
and Member Hooker.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes, Madam Chair.
Thank you. All right. Moving on. Next area where we have some additional proposals. We're looking at CCAE's proposed edits. And that's edits to the definition of alternative jet fuel. So, any discussion regarding some of the proposed edits regarding CCA's proposal? Yes, Member Ely?
So between the direct testimony draft and the rebuttal draft, the department amended how jet fuel, how they propose to regulate or not regulate jet fuel. They originally had a declining benchmark and then made a determination that that was regulating jet fuel and they didn't have the authority to do that. So they left the benchmark static. And so what I see CCAE doing is trying to go back to the original version that the department had with a declining benchmark to receive credits for jet fuel. It's curious to me why the department doesn't think they have the authority to regulate, or of course they don't have the authority to regulate jet fuel, but that's kind of an opt-in here. But if they believe that it is unlawful to include a declining cap or carbon intensity for jet fuel in order for them to receive credits, then I'm going to believe them on that. And so because of that, I suggest that we not accept CCAE's amendments or edits to alternative jet fuel.
Thank you for opening discussion on this, Member Ely. Anybody else has any comments? All right. Do you want to, any member want to propose a motion regarding this? We can formalize our discussion. Yes, Member Garcia.
yes, I agree with Member Ely's assessment, so I would move that we keep the alternative jet fuel definition as proposed by NMED with the evidence in the record supported by NMED for this definition.
Thank you, Member
Yeah.
Garcia. Is that Member Bitzer with the second?
Yes, indeed.
All right. Looking to any further discussion? With the motion on the floor, I think we can take a roll call vote. Mr. Lopez on Member Garcia's motion.
Thank you. Yes, Member Ely, how do you vote?
Yes.
Member Garcia,
Yes,
Chair Sweden,
Yes.
Member Bitzer,
Yes.
and Member Hooker.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Lopez. I'm gonna go on to the next definition of announced. We have a proposed change from NAMOCA API AFPM regarding proposed edit regarding from NMED's language. Any discussion? Yes, Member Garcia?
Yes, I see that this is almost more stylistic than anything, and it doesn't, I don't see that it clarifies anything by changing the way it's written. It's virtually the same meaning, so I think we can keep the language as it is, as proposed by NVD.
And supported by NMED's. Yes. Okay. To amend the motion. Is there a second?
I'll second if that was a motion.
Yes. Thank you, Member Honker and Member Garcia for your motion, and Member Honker for the second. Any further discussion? All right, seeing none, hearing none. Mr. Lopez, would you please do a roll call vote on Member Garcia's motion?
Yes, Member Ely, how do you vote?
Yes.
Member Garcia,
Yes,
Member Bitzer,
I vote yes.
thank you. And, I'm sorry, Chair Sweeney
Yes.
and Member Hunker.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Lopez. And we'll keep going forward. All right, I think we had some discussion on avoided emissions earlier in the morning on the day. It looks to be like there's a proposal by CCAE. If you want a motion on the floor, given that we've discussed avoided emissions earlier.
I'd be happy to make a motion that we, because that earlier discussion was a little broader.
Yes.
So I'm just going to propose that we retain the definition for avoided methane emissions in the department's rule for the reasons supported in the record by the.
I'll second that.
Thank you, Member Ely, for your motion, Member Bitzer for your second. If there's no further discussion, Mr. Lopez, would you please do a roll call vote on Member Ely's motion?
Yes, Member Ely,
Yes.
Member Garcia,
yes,
Chair Sweeney,
Yes.
Member Bitzer,
I voted yes.
and Member Hunker.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Lopez. And that takes us on to, and please keep track with me if I miss anything. But it looks like we're on definitions beginning with letter B section, and then we're at biodiesel blend. There is a proposal by NAMOCA, API, AFPM, and HF Sinclair to propose the deletion of the definition biodiesel blend because the defined term is not used in 20.2.92. Any discussion? Yes,
Yeah,
Member
Madam Chair, I did a word search and I agree with NAMOCA API, et cetera, that I didn't see the term biodiesel blend used anywhere else in the rule except for the definition.
Thank you, Member Ely, for that. Is there any other discussion? I'm doing a double here too. Yep, that's all I see as well.
I would just offer, just for devil's advocate, that we know there are biodiesel blends, and it, clarifying for the regulated community and the public is always good. So I don't see a harm in having it in there, but I also don't feel strongly. If we take it out, that's fine.
Thank you, Member Garcia. And Madam Hearing Officer, did you have something to share?
Oh, I'm sorry. I was just going to clarify what I was suggesting earlier, which is that you not take a roll call vote each time,
Okay,
because I think it's unnecessary. Once you have consensus among the board members, you can just keep rolling.
okay,
And so you need to give, obviously, all the board members an opportunity to say, well, I disagree with that. Then you need a vote.
okay. Thank you. That will help facilitate.
In that case, I do not disagree. I agree 100%.
Thank you for that. Are we in agreement? Is there any opposing to I'm getting myself tongue tied here. Are we in agreement in accepting the NMOGA proposal to delete the definition? And just taking a check. I think we're in agreement. Yes. Okay. Thank you. All right. We go back down to 12, book and claim. And we have already discussed this, and we talked about keeping book and claim in the previous morning discussion. Are we good as a board in keeping the book and claim in there?
Yes.
Yes. Yes, as supported by the rule itself and the evidence provided by NMED. Yes, a thumbs up by Hunker and Bitzer and board members in the room. Wonderful. Okay. As we go down, we're on section C. NMOGA proposes to insert a definition called carbon dioxide capture and sequestration. It means capture, transport, and physical disposal of carbon dioxide in a secured geological storage reservoir or site. Is there discussion regarding our thoughts by the board regarding this proposal by NMOGA? Any comments by fellow board members? It comes up in proposed language further down. If we were to accept some proposal, like for example, Oxy USA's proposal with the carbon dioxide capture and sequestration, as well as NMOGA's proposal in section 306 with project credits for the reduction or removal of greenhouse gas emissions. Let's see it. And that was in section 306. And that's by Oxy USA. In section 205. And then, let's see. And then 306, 205 and 306. Yes, oh, member Ely, sorry.
I also see it in the department's language in 203, which is requirements for maintaining an alternative fuel pathway. And so that's 203 BE, in which it says if an alternative pathway employs carbon capture and sequestration, the alternative pathway folder shall, and describes what must be submitted. So it's not just in new language proposed by Oxy or industry, it's also in the department's current draft rule. Do you see that?
I do, the proposed definition though by NMOGA is carbon dioxide capture and sequestration. And the language proposed by NED is just,
Carbon capture.
yes, carbon capture and sequestration.
I think it's the same, but in my mind, same. But it's a good.
Yeah, so where carbon, what's it? Carbon dioxide capture and sequestration is in only, that whole phrase is only in language provided by, I mean, it's further clarification even in some of NMED's reasoning, even in so I see it in 205A, 205A, the whole phrase carbon dioxide capture and sequestration under Oxy's proposed edits to 205.A2I. And then we see. And then in NMOGA's proposal to section 306A and B. Again, depending on our acceptance of the edits or revisions having renumbered as section 304 by NMOGA's proposal. So I guess what I'm sorry if I'm missed board members having their hands up as okay. It seems to me if we're going to accept some of the proposed language, it's not currently in the as that entire phrase in any of the NMED proposed rule language, but it's in industries. Both NMOGA, API, AFPM's proposed as well as Oxy USA's proposed sections further down. What are your thoughts about this particular item? Because then if and I'll stop there. Yes, member Ely.
Well, I think you were going to the point where if we accept this definition, would that tie us to accepting some of the proposed language further down in the rule?
Correct. And then or then we would be looking at, does it affect the proposed language by NMED that doesn't have that uniqueness?
That doesn't include the term dioxide, it's just carbon capture and sequestration.
Correct.
And in my mind, those two things are interchangeable, but that's not perhaps good enough for a rule. Carbon capture and sequestration and carbon dioxide capture and sequestration, right?
Correct.
So one option is to not accept the definition. And as the department moves forward with their guidance related to capture of carbon dioxide and sequestration, that they make sure they have a good definition in their guidance on that. It's just an option that I presented. How do you feel about that?
What are your
I agree.
thoughts? Okay, Member Garcia agrees. What about Member Hunker, Member Bitzer?
Well, I don't have a
Thumbs up.
problem with that. Now, another option, and I remember doing this in the ozone precursor rule, where we had something like this in a definition, we'd put a flag on it and come back to it when we dealt with the more substantive issues further in the rule. But if we do that, then we got to remember to come back and make a decision on this. But I'm fine with Member Ely's suggestion as well.
Thank you. And remind me again what your suggestion was.
That we not include a definition of carbon dioxide capture and sequestration as proposed, but instead encourage the department to move forward with a definition in their guidance.
Okay, I'm good with that, with the note to Member Hunker's comment of if further down, let's remember that this definition is there, this phrasing is there as we consider those other sections with this unique phrasing. Okay. All right. As we go down, we have carbon intensity. NMED has its proposed definition, and then we have a different definition by NMOGA, API, AFMP. What are your thoughts? Yes, Member Ely?
Yeah, this again goes to the issue of third-party verification, which we've already decided was not an acceptable approach. So I propose that I move that we reject the definition for certified, or I don't have to move. I would propose to the board that we not accept the certified carbon intensity definition as provided by NMOGA.
Yes. Other board members, you agree?
I agree.
Thank you. Yes, thumbs up from Bitzer and affirmative from Member Garcia, and I agree as well. Moving. So we have clean fuel standard. Look here. A proposal by CCAE. New subparagraph as 11C, which NMOGA opposes, which would be in Table 3 in Section B of Section 702 NMAC for alternative jet fuel. Any discussion regarding CCAE's proposal? That's Member Garcia.
I fail to see the reasoning for doing it by CCAE. I don't think it's necessary.
Thank you, Member Garcia. Other board members, I see Member Hunker shaking your head. You agree? Member Bitzer. Thumbs up. And Member Ely? Yes, and I agree, Member Garcia. All right, and we'll go to this CCAE's commercial shuttle service. This was in regards to the project or passenger efficiency project credits and the public transportation, schools and commercial services. We had discussed that earlier in the day. I think based on our discussions, we thought it NMED's language was comprehensive. Is that what I recall? So therefore, this language would not be needed. Yes, Member Ely?
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking too, that they include public transportation as a mechanism for achieving project credits, and we don't need to, I think, do anything further with that language under project credits, and therefore we don't need this additional definition by CCAE.
Yes. Thank you. All right. I think we're all a thumbs up on this. Affirmative on that. Period report. Let's see, apologize. We're to the CTFS baseline. And I know we had discussions, this is proposed by NMOGA, API, AFPM, and HF Sinclair. And this goes to the discussion we talked about earlier, portion of the discussion about the the 2018 baseline values. I think we had already affirmed our board was not in supporting that, but just looking, and so therefore this would not be applicable now. See a thumbs up, see some head shakes, all right. Member Bitzer, thumbs up, all right. Fine. All right, we're at NMOGA API AFPM proposed 2 new definitions: direct air capture, meaning the removal of carbon dioxide from the atmosphere using chemical or physical processes, and distributed generation, meaning power generation assets that are interconnected to the local utility at primary distribution voltage levels. Any comments regarding NMOGA's API AFPM's proposal?
I don't think it's necessary to have a separate definition, especially considering it could, with changing technology, it could narrow the process for direct air capture. There could be other technologies in the future. So, as Member Ely suggested previously, perhaps with direct air capture and distributed generation, it could be clarified in a guidance document.
Thank you for that. Just doing a quick check. There is some text in NMEDs under section 306, which is project credits for the reduction or removal of a greenhouse gas. Direct air capture shows up there with permanent storage, such as geological storage or mineralization. That's the only other place. And then making sure we capture this. Other than in the proposed language by NMOGA or industry, distributed generation again is only further down in proposed language. So if we proceed on that, we'll just again note that if in those sections where we consider NMOGA's language, as in particular for distributed generation, that we come back to that if need be. And then direct air capture in section 306. I just want to make sure we're all in alignment with board. There it is under 306A1. Direct air capture. Are we okay with, I can't remember, NMED proposed a definition? They did not. I'm just making sure that checking with the board since this item is being proposed by NMOGA. Or language, sorry, is being proposed by NMOGA. Or do we think that 306, that particular item or language in 306 does not need further definition? And or we would have that in the guidance, recommended guidance for NMED. Let's say you continue with that guidance for the implementation of this rule. Thoughts? Okay. Member Hunker, Member Bitzer. Thank you. Member Hunker. Thank you. Thank you, member. Yes. All right, let's keep going here. The MOGA proposes to delete definition of dyed fuel. Thoughts? Bless you.
Yeah, I'm okay with the definition of dyed fuel. I also thought they proposed an alternative and that might be later on in the rule where they actually provide more detail about what dyed fuel may be. And what it applies to ag, mining, construction, off-road. But I'm fine with the current definition of dyed fuel as proposed by the department.
Thank you. I'm good with the definition. Other board members? Thumbs up from Member Honker, Member Bitzer, Member Garcia. Thumbs up. Thank you. Okay. All right. So I'm going down. I'm in section E. There's a lot of discussion of EERs. We've just that, but we get to energy economy ratio adjusted carbon intensity. And NMOGA proposes to delete the definition of energy economy ratio and energy economy ratio adjusted carbon. I think we had some discussion about EER earlier and about keeping that in the rule. Is the board agreeable to keeping these definitions instead of deleting them? All right. Member Bitzer, Member Honker agree, and members in the room agree. All right. With that, do you want to take a break? Or are you good? Okay, of course. Okay, we're in the Fs. We are at the field path holder. NMOGA offers edits for field pathway holder, meaning regulated party that is received, and then striking out certified, and that's, I think, pathway from the department, or and then striking out or the certified field pathway code from a similar program in another jurisdiction that the department has approved for use in New Mexico. Any discussion on this? Yes, Member Ely?
No, I just propose that we keep the definition as provided by the department because it rolls into other sections of the rule related to third-party verification, and we've already decided that that was not an amendment we wanted to make to the rule. So
Thank you, Member Ely. Other members, are you in agreement with keeping the definition as proposed by NMED? All right, thank you. That affirmative from everybody. I also agree. All right, we talked about FSE. NMOGA proposes to delete the term FSE, fuel supply equipment. Any discussion on this from board? Yes, Member Ely.
Just as for our earlier discussions, we are retaining FSC in the rule, so we should retain the definition as proposed by the department.
I support that. Members of the board, thumbs up, thumbs up. Yes, see that? From all members, approve, agreeing with that. All right, we have greenhouse gases, definition. We have NMED's reasoning. This goes back to the NM Green model discussion we had earlier in the day and R&D Green modeling discussions, in the MOGA API, AFPM, and HF Sinclair, have a proposed revisions. Given that, we were in agreement of, relying on NM Greet earlier in our discussion, it would seem that we would keep NMED's definition here. Thumbs up. All right. Up from Member Honker. Any further discussion? Member Bitzer? Thumbs up. All right, Member Ely and Member Garcia, you're good with keeping the definition? Okay. All right. All right, that takes us to the indirect land use change, discussion about the Rio Valley biofuels proposed discussion. I know we talked about indirect land use change earlier and agreed to keep NMED's proposed language. Is there any discussion about keeping NMED's proposed language for ILUC definition? All right, thank you, members on the virtual platform. I see your thumbs up. We'll keep going. To NMOGA API AFPM's proposal to delete term nameplate fuel capacity. Any discussion on that? Yes, Member Ely?
Well, it seems to be related to FSE, and we've determined that we will maintain FSE in the rule. So I think we should reject the proposal to delete nameplate fueling capacity. The definition was proposed by NMOGA. Thank you. Any other discussion? All right, thumbs up. Member Bitzer. All right. Member Garcia, you're good. Okay. All right. Getting through the ends. All right. NMOGA's proposal to delete provisional status. And this is for alternative fuel pathways. Are we good? Any discussion regarding this? I'm comfortable with the department's proposal on alternative fuel pathways, and therefore I don't think we should delete the definition for provisional status. Yes. And it shows up in a number of areas within the role.
Are board members on board with keeping the definition? Thumbs up? Right? Wonderful. All right, let's go on to public transportation or public transit as proposed by CCAE. I think we had some discussion on this earlier in the day. I think based on that discussion, I'm not sure based on that discussion if it would be needed to have a new definition. Okay. Member Hunker, Member Bitzer, do you agree? Not to add? Thank you. Public transit, as we keep going. Okay, we're on S's. CCA proposes a new definition for school. And I think this was in relation to the project credits for public transportation, seeing that we didn't need to, from the earlier discussion, add clarification beyond what NMED already proposed. We're good with not adding a new definition. Is that correct? Okay, thank you. In all affirmative. NMED or NAMOGA API AFPM proposed edits of synthetic fuel. From what NMED has proposed. Any discussion regarding that?
Sorry, I don't think their NAMOGA's proposal would improve the definition of synthetic fuel by making those changes. So I would reject that proposal.
Thank you. Are we good in the proposed definition by the department based upon the department's submittals? Yes.
You know, I am, and I just want to know that other parties like the new definition of synthetic fuels. I think the department worked with these parties to get that definition right. So I don't think we should mess with.
Correct. And that is also noted in the record and by testimony throughout the hearing. Thank you for that highlight on that. All right, we're at NAMOGA API AFPM's proposal to delete terms tier 1 calculator and tier 2 calculator. Any discussion on this? Yes, Member Ely.
No, I just propose that, you know, the department's strategy on addressing a variety of sources is good, and breaking it down to tier 1 and tier 2 is good. And I, again, don't support NAMOGA's proposal in part because I think it's related to third-party verification, and we've already rejected it. So I think we leave the definition, those two definitions in there.
I agree. Thumbs up from Member Bitzer, Member Honker, thumbs up, and Member Garcia. What's your thoughts? Yes. All right. We get back. All right, and then we have H.F. Sinclair's proposal to delete the words or quote unquote or fuel in the definition of transportation fuel or fuel. The term is to support their proposal, they state the term fuel is used alone in 20.92.2 as proposed by the department in a context where it appears to have a broader meaning than transportation fuel as defined by the statute. wherever the term fuel is used alone and is intended to mean transportation fuel, quote unquote, the fuel defined term should be used. Any thoughts by board? Yes, member Ely?
I think it's easiest just to leave it as it is. Otherwise, you have to go through the rule and wherever you have fuel, state transportation fuel, sometimes there's I support leaving the definition that NMAD already has.
Thank you. Member Ely? Board members supported, thumbs up. All right, here we go. And NMOGA's proposal, API NMOGA AFPM, to delete the term quote unquote uptime multiplier. Yes, member Ely?
I just don't see this anywhere else in the department rules. The definition makes it sound like it's in FSE and, it's that portion of a day which an FSE or fuel production facility is operational. But I don't see it elsewhere. And NMOGA, I don't see their justification for deleting it, and I don't know if that is their proposal, the reason for deleting that definition.
I see that, and I did a quick check. I don't see it anywhere else in the rule. Is there, the multiplier means a factor between 0 and 1, representing the portion of a day in which an FSC or fuel production is operational, used to determine what portion of nameplate fueling or production rate. I'm good either way. What's the pleasure of the board? Yes, member Garcia.
Yeah, I'm not opposed to deleting it. I guess I always lean towards more explanation than less. But I understand the point member Ely's making. If it's not in there, why have it? But anyway, so I don't have a strong feeling one way or the other.
And maybe it could be the same recommendation from the department on the guidance, making sure if there's the term in the guidance documents that also be included in the guidance going forward. Yes, member Ely?
Or we just leave it as is, and so it's clear in the guidance what uptime multiplier means.
Okay, yeah, I'm good with that. Members, I'm good with leaving it. Okay. See all the thumbs up. Vehicle duty type, and I'm not sure there's a or aircraft, and I'm not sure. Yes, member Ely?
I think that's just department cleanup.
Okay.
That's their proposal. And it's good cleanup.
Yes.
Yep.
Okay. Good members of the board? Good. All right, we're through the definitions. Do we want to take a short break? This time maybe 10 minutes?
Yeah.
5, 10, okay, 10 minutes, we'll come back at 3:40. Record? All right, just doing a board member check here, making sure. See you, member Bitzer, member Hunker, are you there? Are you back? All right. Wonderful. All right, we have the board here, and we're gonna keep going. And then just giving everybody a heads up, I have family stuff. I need to pick up my kids. So we're gonna stop today at 4:15 just to give a heads up to everybody. I know we've kind of hit our strides. I apologize if it hiccups a little, but we're gonna go through a few more sections and then just talk about logistics as we move forward. Let's get going. All right, we made it through all of the definitions, and now we are through to the language. We're looking at section 20.2.92.9. We have severability. There is a proposal by NAMOGA API AFPM and HF Sinclair on severability. Just wanting some discussion, looking at the we have NMAD's originally proposed language and then NAMOGA's. Any discussion? Yes.
I propose reject NAMOGA's proposed language based on the submittal by the department explaining that it would deviate from other Part 20 rules or other, is it Part 20? No, 20 rules drafted by the department. And it's as in their statement of reason.
Yes, and the department provided some reasoning on this as well.
I'm sorry, Title 20 regulations, and it would narrowly construe the regulatory language contrary to established law. So I propose we reject that new language.
Thank you. Any, yes, Member Hunker.
Yeah, I agree with that. I would guess this is fairly standard boilerplate language that goes in rules, and I suggest we not alter that. So I'm agreeable to retaining what NMED had in their draft.
Thank you, Member Hunker. I'm good with maintaining NMED's proposed language. Member Garcia, yes. Member Bitzer, what are your thoughts? Yes, thumbs up. All right. Our next section is point 10, and it's construction. Again, NAMOGA API, AFPM, and HF Sinclair have proposed revisions. Any discussion here by the board? Yes. Member Garcia.
Yes, for the same reason as above, that this is standard language, that we should leave what MED has done.
Thank you, Member Garcia. Members of the board, good with that? Thumbs up? Yes. Right. We're at 11, savings clause. Again, NAMOGA API, AFPM, and HF Sinclair have proposed revisions to the savings clause that NMAD has initially proposed. Any discussion? I see, again, department opposes the proposal. It's not conforming to text in Title 20 regulations. Same thing as the previous discussion. Are we good? Thumbs up? Yes. All right. And not until point 13, looking at proposes deletion of section 13 as they have not identified any statutory authority for this provision. This is a standard provision as shared by the departments in their reasoning in newer Title 20 regulations. Any discussion? Yes, Member Ely.
It is a slightly newer provision, but I like it nevertheless, and I think we should retain the language as drafted by the department.
Members of the board, your thoughts? Thumbs up or additional comments? Thumbs up. Member Garcia, you good? Great. Go down. All right, we are in section 101, applicability. C and D. CCA proposes edits regarding opt-in fuel, a transportation fuel. And then D, the applicable CTFS, table 3. Any discussion on this CCA proposal? Thoughts by the board? Well, yes.
Well, but
Yes, member Amy.
as noted in the hearing officer's assessment of the department's argument on passenger efficiency, the department opposes including that, but I do see the CCAE proposal regarding sections C and D as being a little different than that. It's opt-in transportation fuels. I'm just not sure what that would do with other portions of the rule. My suggestion, my inclination is to not accept that new language as proposed by CCAE for paragraph C or paragraph B.
Thank you, member Ely. Any other discussion by the board? Yes, member Garcia.
I agree with Member Ely. I don't see that this clarifies anything. I think it might even confuse the matter a little bit, so I wouldn't want to include it.
I see member Honka with the thumbs up. Member Bitzer with the thumbs up, and I also agree. And I also see NMED's reasoning. The department opposes including passenger efficiency as an opt-in fuel because it is not part of it is not a transportation fuel, which was explicitly defined by the legislature in the enabling statute. So I think based on NMED's reasoning, I think I support that as well. Thank you. All right. Going down to exemptions 102A to NMOGA API AFPM proposed to delete paragraph A2 and to edit former paragraph A3 regarding transportation fuel with an annual statewide aggregated quantity of fewer than 42.6 million megajoules of energy equivalent. In addition, HF Sinclair proposes to delete paragraph A2 and to continue the list begun in A1 as follows. Again, the dyed fuel is exempt from generating deficits through December 31. And this is tied back to our definition discussion about dyed fuel as well earlier, in the proposed to take dyed fuel out. What are the thoughts about what the board? Yes, member Ely?
I propose keeping the time limit for exempting dyed fuels through December 31st, 2028. I also don't support adding HF Sinclair, their consideration of what is included in dyed fuels. I don't think that's provides any clarity. The definition, I think, up front is fine, and really does include all those. I would reject Nemoga's proposal and HF Sinclair's.
Thank you, Member Ely. Any other discussion from the board on this? Thumbs up from Member Honker. Member Garcia, thumbs up. Member Bitzer, thumbs up. So thumbs up on keeping NMED's language. Okay. For this section and not adopting Nemoga or HF Sinclair's proposed revisions. These paragraph A2 and then the edit on A3. Yes, okay. That does take us back to A3 and HF Sinclair Transportation Fuel proposes revisions on transportation fuel with an annual statewide aggregate again. I think it ties back to our discussion a minute ago. And it goes back to yes, and Member Garcia was mentioning the R&D GREET model discussion that we had earlier in relation to HF Sinclair's proposed revision. And since we are agreeing with NMED's use of NM GREET, this would then therefore be language of what NMED proposes. Is that agreeable to the board? See thumbs up from everybody. All right, we're on B, C of this section. Proposes a replacement of C with audible attestation of fuel supplier and end user that the supply fuel was not utilized in transportation in the state of New Mexico. Any thoughts? This will be the last text discussion. I know, we're almost there. We're almost there, board. Yes, Member Ely?
It seems like they're suggesting, HF Sinclair is suggesting an auditable attestation from this fuel supplier instead of other comparable documents that the department is proposing. And they're stating this based on some of their practical experience from managing non-road fuel exemptions in other states. I not sure how much a difference that would make, but I would suggest that we just retain the department's language in C.
Members?
I was just going to say, I agree with that. I think sometimes specificity can tie the hands of the regulators rather than help.
Thank you, Member Garcia. Board members on the platform, you in agreement? Yes. Okay, so I'm going to note that we are here at the end of page 25 of the rainbow version of our tracking here, which has been, again, really helpful. Thank you again to all the entities supporting this this effort here. And what we would like to do is, one, I know we're on page 25 of 177 of this document. So given that, I think we've made some progress this afternoon, now that we're into the text, hit our stride. I just want to take a moment with the board and check our calendars and have a discussion in the event we're not able to finish tomorrow afternoon. And have a discussion of another day, and making sure that we're within the timelines that we need to have a decision regarding this rule. So what are the thoughts of the board? And I know Ms. Ortu, Madam Hearing Officer, what your schedule looks like here. I don't know if Monday will work for the board, or if you want to wait till our next meeting, which is on the, I think we scheduled it for the 23rd of this month, but I was gonna make a suggestion on the 22nd.
I'm definitely not available on the 23rd. I don't think you are either.
I'm not, so I was gonna say the
We're gonna be in the
22nd.
same place.
Yes. So I was gonna say the 22nd, for our next board meeting. I mean, we're gonna have tomorrow, but in the event we have the 22nd, or if the board is also available on the 22nd to move from the 23rd to the 22nd for our regular board meeting.
I'm available on the 22nd. Okay. And there's only a couple items, I think, on the agenda, so it would give us maybe another 6 hours or so to work on this.
If we need it, yes. Member Garcia?
Yeah, we'll definitely need it. From the looks of things. So, yes, I'm available.
Okay.
22nd.
Member Bitzer? Thumbs up on the 22nd. Member Honker? Thumbs up. Thank you. Phew. Okay, and Madam Hearing Officer, Orth, you're available,
Yes.
and legal counsel, you're available?
Yes, Madam Hearing Officer. I'm sorry, Madam Chair.
And I see a thumbs up for our essential support of Mr. Lopez and Ms. Jones. So great. Okay. So 22nd. So with that, I think we've identified a date if needed, knock on wood. And then as we move forward, I think we wanted a quick point, Madam Hearing Officer, did we want to talk about any follow-up to help the board in case, you know, this is only a portion. we have a lot of electronic files and documents, and making sure that we're comprehensive in our decisions.
Yeah. So we had a request to consider the possibility of input from the parties on matters where they believe there might have been something that wasn't considered or unintended consequences of at least any of the preliminary decisions that the board is making as they roll toward the final decision to adopt it with the changes they've identified. There's some reluctance, obviously, to open up any kind of discussion with the parties at this point, but let me offer this opportunity, and I'll send an email in the event there's a party who's not on the platform. If you believe, in fact, that although it's clear the board is considering everything in front of it very closely, there's something that has been unintended or neglected. Not that the board has said, no, we disagree with your argument. This is not the opportunity to re-argue the argument. But if you actually believe we have neglected to consider something in the, again, as to date preliminary decision making, and you'd like to send an email before tomorrow morning, send it to me. I'll compile if there are any responses, and offer it up to the board tomorrow. And it would be along the lines of X party believes perhaps you didn't intend this or didn't think about this. Would any board member like to reopen that discussion? And if no one wants to reopen the discussion, no one's reopening it. But if someone then is prompted to reopen the discussion, the board has that opportunity all the way up until the time they take a vote on the final rule. Again, I'll send an email to everybody saying that too. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Hearing Officer. And I think if I missed any discussion, Member Ely, do you have anything?
Can we talk about the potential for a snow day tomorrow and what that means?
Sure. And prior to today, we were also working with Ms. Jones and Mr. Lopez on the logistics of that. And I know we had some discussion legal counsel embarked about how we would handle that. Could you just share with us some of your thoughts? I know via email you shared some thoughts for today in the event that happened.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Member Ely. Essentially, well, we learned earlier today that this building may not be affected by closures. So I think that's the first point. And is that right, Ms. Jones?
That's correct.
So if the building is open, then we can have, because the meeting was noticed as in-person and virtual. So then in order to comply with the notice that was given, then we should meet here. Obviously, if that's not possible, given some weather situation, then originally, I don't think that was clear before, but originally, I think in Santa Fe, if Santa Fe schools close, then the government follows. And this building we thought was going to be closed as well. And of course, if that's the case, that's outside the control of the EIB. My understanding is that the EIB, in the event the building was closed, would have preferred to go ahead and have a meeting anyway, virtually only. And the parties would have been notified, and there would have been a notice. I think there was a reminder on the website, that EIB follows the state's inclement weather policy, which in Santa Fe, that's what it means. Now the building doesn't close, so I suppose it would become a personal decision whether it's safe to drive.
Thank you, Member Ely.
So if there's a delay, we would come in at 10. If it's a closure, would we start at 9?
Say that again. If it's a
So
delay.
if it's a delay, I'm like, they often have just an hour delay
Yeah.
in school. Does that mean we would come in at 10? And then if there's an hour delay, we would follow the school protocol and come in at 10 o'clock. If it's a closure, would we get online at 9 o'clock?
I think it was, we were gonna say we were gonna get online at 9 o'clock.
Either
Case, but I
Okay.
don't know if legal counsel, if I'm mistaken in that assumption.
Madam Chair, Member Ely, so I think given the amount of time the deliberations were expected to take,
Yeah.
and now we're talking about an extra day.
Yeah.
There was a preference, I think, to maximize the amount of time
and start
available.
at 9.
So start at 9, so we would
Okay.
lose an hour.
Got it.
Correct, because the building will be open, and that was clarified today. Right, walking. Well, I just want to thank everybody for a good first day on this, and we have a lot of homework still to come and work to come, but thank you for those on the platform as well for coming to our meeting, and we'll see everybody at 9, either in person and or on the platform tomorrow. Thank you so much.